step up in this game like I'm hammering nails. Earth's a flat plane, listen up, I'll tell you tales. Home Depot vibes on my tools, no fails. Level up my vision while the world just derails. Sharon said it first, now I'm chasing the truth. First wanna know, is he shilling or aloof? Now I'm flexing with the facts while they playing the fool. Flat earth, no curve, I'm breaking all the rules.
Release the tapes.
Earth is like Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. Rolling deep through Antarctica, you know what's up. Snowflakes in the air, yeah, we sipping from the cup. Well, Duffy said, trust me, I came out of the blue. Started from the hustle, now I'm building my crew. Wait, I'm stacking up truth like I'm lumber from the store. Got the blueprint, baby, I'm ready for war. See the horizon straight, no dip in my sight. Thug life on the flat, bringing knowledge to the
Release the tapes. All of them, not snippets.
Earth is like Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. So I'm here to break walls, I'm kicking down doors, hash street life, I'm hustling, what's mine is ours. A whole new vision, we gon' stack and we gon' rise. With my crew by my side, we defy all the lies.
Release the darn tapes.
Earth is like Home Depot, got my crew on deck. Home Depot, we ballin'. All this knowledge better show respect. Home Depot, flat earth, they saying no way, but we out here grind. Home Depot, motivated, determined, leave the lies behind. So remember this hustle, keep your eyes on the prize. Earth is flat like a board, like the ones on a 5. We'll build this place together, ain't no mountain too high. Home Depot mindset, we gon' reach for the sky, yeah. So remember this hustle, keep your eyes on the prize. Earth is flat like a board, like the ones on our 5. We'll build this place together, ain't no mountain too high. Home Depot mindset, we gon' reach for the sky, yeah.
Yeah, somebody just posted the vestibular system on the chat here, a live stream. But the vestibular system doesn't detect motion. That was something I was taught growing up, that it detects motion. It doesn't. It detects acceleration. Big difference. And we are able to detect acceleration pretty easily. We're not very good at detecting velocity. All we can do with velocity is measure that relative motion with respect to something else.
Oh, yeah.
Well then, doofus Danny, the dipshit astronomer, since the Earth in your ball-tart spinning space monkey religion is rotating, hence has an angular velocity, ergo the Earth is constantly accelerating, and
we are able to detect acceleration pretty easily.
Can you please explain to us why we can't detect it easily? Por favor?
You are so dumb. Damn.
Shama, Lama, Gamma, Panda, Ding Dong. Calm, cool, collected, and coherent. March 2021.
Listen!
Wow.
Well, why can't you shut the fuck up and just let me finish one sentence, please? Why?
Well, there's about 83 reasons why. But the hairy T-Rex in the room is, you're a certifiable pretender clown numpty dipshit of epic proportions with projectile diarrhea of the mouse syndrome. The ICD-10 code is Shamalama Gamma Panda Ding Dong 83.
Listen! Let me make a fucking point without interrupting me, for
Go ahead,
God's
man.
sake!
Don't get mad.
Well, because you do it constantly, dude. I cannot finish a single thought because you are badgering me. Shut the f*** up. Shut up!
Thank you.
Well, so much for the ohms, Holmes.
Well, my point is, there's no such thing as definitive evidence.
Well, what about the ohms, Holmes? Numpty.
Show me a piece of evidence that you say is definitive of something that already exists.
Water.
Water. Water. Water.
Water. Water. Water.
You might understand it as water.
And I'm going to mute you.
Meow 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 meow.
The question on the table is, listen carefully, are there two celestial poles?
No, not according to Cornell University and the 1 Minute Astronomer. From Cornell, there is no South Star. It's just a coincidence that there happens to be a bright star, Polaris, close to the celestial North Pole. The Southern Hemisphere isn't so lucky. From Brian Ventrudo, PhD Physics, 1 Minute Astronomer. In the Northern Hemisphere, the bright and easy-to-find star Polaris marks the position of the North Celestial Pole. This makes it easy for stargazers and navigators to find north and get oriented in the night sky. But in the Southern Hemisphere, it is different. By sheer bad luck, the South Celestial Pole, the imaginary point in the sky, yada, yada, yada. So unless you consider imaginary points poles, then you're SOL, numpty.
The question on the table is, listen carefully, are there two celestial poles? That's it! Not how are the two celestial poles?
Okay.
Not are the celestial poles the result of bananas at mountains?
Bananas up mountains? What the?
Are there two celestial poles? Is this proposition supported by definitive evidence? It is. My point is, there's no such thing as definitive evidence. Is this proposition supported by definitive evidence? It is. My point is, there's no such thing as definitive evidence. Is this proposition supported by definitive evidence? It is. My point is, there's no such thing as definitive evidence. There is no reasonable doubt that you can cast on this proposition whatsoever. None. Go ahead, try. There's no such thing as definitive evidence. Is this proposition supported by definitive evidence? It is. My point is, there's no such thing as definitive evidence.
For June 2020, Shama, Lama, Gamma, Panda, Ding Dong, Mr. Bird's Humping Natural Experiment. Knowledge is special belief. And
All right, how can I be begging the question? I'm asking you. In fact, I wasn't even asking a question.
now with his current thesis defense.
Nobody has ever determined the shape or size of the Earth by making an observation of the horizon. We've never done that. We've never, ever, ever, ever done that.
What in the world? Absolutely priceless. Ladies and gentlemen, this bozo's been out here for 5 years defending the disheveled, ball-tard spinning space monkey religion and doesn't even know where or how his fairy tale radius came to be.
You dumbass.
You can't make this shit up, folks. Like I always say, just let them open up their incoherent pie holes and they'll do your work for you.
Nathan is telling you that because of the black swan, we can't know the radius of the Earth, when we have never, ever, ever determined the radius of the Earth by measuring the distance to the horizon. Never, never, no one has ever done that ever in the history of humanity.
Al-Biruni. Al-Biruni. Al-Biruni.
Established where?
Al-Biruni. Al-Biruni. Al-Biruni.
Show where that's established.
Al-Biruni. Al-Biruni. Al-Biruni.
No, you're not talking about a water level. You're talking about measuring the radius of the Earth by looking at the horizon. Show where that is established in any way.
Al-Biruni. Al-Biruni. Al-Biruni.
I didn't get
It
to
was
finish my
never,
point.
ever, ever, ever determined by observing the horizon.
Al-Biruni. Al-Biruni. Al-Biruni.
We've never done that. We've never, ever, ever, ever done that. Ever, 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 ever.
And we're off. As usual, if you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. Throw it on over to Discord to see if there's any authors over there.
Anyway, there's a couple of us.
I was sitting there snickering, boy. I was looking through. I have a ton of these audio clips besides the numpty clips, just a metric ton of them. And I was flipping through a few of them today, and I hit those, and I said, "Oh my God, let's go ahead and do a couple of them." Right? It brought back a lot of memories. They're freaking hilarious. Is he on a book tour or something? Yeah. Cambodia. Trying to get the indigenous tribes to pronounce author correctly. Author. You may know it as water. Or Betty. Betty, where's Betty? We miss him already. He should have been here for that. We'll have to roll on without him. Oh, you know what? Uh-oh. 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 That could be a problem. Hold on one second. Remember... Hey, hold up. Hold up, Adam. No one can hear you out there.
Can only hear you, so.
What about now? Try it. Say something, for God's sake.
Hello.
Okay,
hello.
now they can hear you. Sorry, I had some audio problems earlier in the week because I screwed up. I think they're good now. So give YouTube a radio check.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Radio check 1 2 1 2.
Check YouTube if you got to. Hold on, I'll check it. Sorry about that, guys. I knew there was going to be some problem. Oh, can only hear QE. That's you, Adam. Listen, now I have a button that I could hit, and they can't hear you guys.
Well, we suspect you'll be hitting that button often then. Because at least Adam, when someone pointed it out to you, you'd be quite happy with people only hearing you.
Thanks, Adam, for letting us know. I looked over there, and yeah, you guys from Discord weren't going through, but you're good. You're good to go now. So, what you got to say for yourselves?
I don't know. I'm an author. I can write what I need to say.
Adam?
Well, I'd say what I said when I wasn't heard, which is Panda never actually annoyed me. He was just wrong. I never found him sneaky or anything like that. He's just wrong. The fact that he used to get so angry tells me that he genuinely thinks he's right. Do you know what I mean?
That's scarier.
Yeah. Well, yes and no, because at least I know what I'm dealing with then. Someone who just has kind of like a mad belief. Do you know what I mean? As opposed to someone who knows they're wrong on something but are willing to just tell a lie and pretend that they're not.
God.
You know what I mean? It's like you're totally wrong.
He's dumber than my cat's litter box, dude.
What has? But that, I don't like you're missing the point.
No, I'm not. I'm not. That's scarier than the other issue.
Well, I'm okay with people. Well,
no, good.
Brian, you want to go deal with Jim Panda or something? Do you also wait for the short bus to beat up the straggling retarded kid?
No, it's not like that. I'm just saying that I never got a feeling that the man was sneaky. I never got that. I don't have any memory of him being that way with other people. Now, he may have muted people or I saw earlier, but that's just like running a server. Well, you can't make everyone happy. But the thing is that I never found him sneaky. He was wrong. Do you know what I mean?
So what are you saying? Are you saying that you never found him sneaky, just wrong? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
Yes.
Okay, I got that. Adam.
Wait, I don't know if I got it.
Yeah, I'd have to disagree with that.
I'd have to disagree. I was going to say Adam had personal dealings. I mean, face-to-face dealings with him. Go ahead, Adam.
Okay.
Well, that's what I was going to say to rebut the point. Because you got all the. Often when you meet someone, it's harder. It's harder, isn't it? You've not got all that pamphlet. You can't rant and scream like that. And Jeremy came down to the. It was part of the Flat Earth UK tour, and it was in Nottingham. It was when we'd done the big banner with all the housekeeping questions on. And he'd come down, and he was giving it large. And I was just asking him to, answer. Would he like to answer one of the questions? Or, have a go at rebutting one of the questions? And his response was something along the lines of, no, because they're all loaded questions and designed to trick me.
He doesn't know what a loaded question is. What a glue sniffer.
Yeah, I would say every question could be, I don't think he has a whole lot of knowledge, or at least he didn't back then. So I remember that time, and I do remember seeing photos of him when he came along. He had photos with him or something at the time, Adam. But I just think that maybe any question would have put him on the spot. I don't think he really knew what he was talking about. to be honest with you. Whether he does now or not, I don't know.
Politely asked him to pick one of the housekeeping questions that he was free to prove wrong. You know what I mean? Or to answer and prove a ball. And like his response was very telling. He couldn't answer it in person. He didn't have anything. And if you listen to him there, all he's got is shouting incorrectly. Alberuni.
Yeah, but that's my point. But that's the point I'm making. Like, he could shout and scream because he's angry, but because he can't support his nonsense. He doesn't understand it, and what he does understand, he can't support. Do you know what I mean? So I don't think that's sneaky. I think that's more like, what do I do? Like, you know, desperation.
Was he sneaky with you, Adam?
Well, I would consider that behaviour sneaky. For all he's giving it large on Discord, when he turned up in person and was politely asked which one would you like to answer, oh, I'm not doing that. Making out that I'm sneaky because the questions are sneaky. No, mate, they're there. And you're not prepared to answer them or can't or won't, because when you do, it will disprove your belief in a ball.
He probably made the right choice. Let's be honest.
Let's be honest. Yeah, he did. It was what is this? East is west. I'm looking at chat. I hardly do that, but I'm on that screen for some reason today. So he said east to west. No sign of the original book. What do you mean? Nathan only gave me a copy. Now, let me ask you two guys. When 10th approached you guys, did he give you a copy of the book, and did you keep it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Right? Hold on.
I think there wasn't a book. There was a PDF of...
Okay, yeah. A PDF. Like the one I have. Listen, listen, brain surgeons out there. You know, you can give copies of PDFs and all of a sudden, like, keep the original. Did you know that? Jesus, people. I mean, you got to get out of the slums where they painted the banisters and stuff in the rails with lead. You know, the paint chips, you gotta stop snacking on them. Okay? Because it's really, really tediously stupid. Okay? Chuck and Nathan always had the original book. They just gave out copies, you know, to the locals here. I don't know if anyone else received them. Brian, did they give it to anyone else that you know of?
You know, I was just told Adam was going to be getting one as well, if I remember correctly. Huh. I'd have to look back through the messages, but from memory, that's what I was told. I don't know
that East is West. Then Chuck's got it. It was Chuck's book too. Chuck always had it. You dumbass cracker. My God. Get out of my chat. Go do some cartwheels in a mud hole or something. Jesus.
In those first few months when we were trying to edit Nathan's book, we didn't even use the PDF. Chuck put up a web page where it was available for people who had the web. Yeah, and that's what we worked from. Yeah, we didn't work from the PDFs. Huh. We worked from the web page that Chuck provided.
Yeah, Chuck. Oh, it's just so long ago, Adam. I can't remember. Right. I do remember, you know, giving him instructions. Change this sentence to this, and that, and then change this sentence to this. It was a train wreck. Looking back on it, it's like a belly laugher. Give me 1 minute.
Okay. Can you give time?
Yeah, can you give time? What do we say now that he's not there? Like, I wasn't prepared for him not to be there.
I know. I'll explain why I'm late, Brian.
Go on, Al.
It wasn't as suggested in chat that I was off to get some wine, which I will do in a bit, but I'm still in a rush.
What happened? Work got busy?
No, I ended up meeting Lee Frock tonight.
Oh,
So-
that's right. That's right. How'd that go? You want to share it or want to wait for the cave?
No, happily share it. Happily share it. He's a really, I tell you what, he can talk more than I.
No way.
Really,
no way.
Yeah, I'm serious, mate. Serious. He had me nailed. Really, really nice bloke. Really big muscles. Like, I was like, oh my God, he's huge. But really, like, just chatting away, talking, generally, and giving his opinion on flat Earth, etc., etc. Maybe I should explain who he is and why I met him. So, Lee Frock is the brother of Carl Frock, both of which are quite well known in Nottingham because Carl's the ex-world champion boxer, and Lee's a good boxer as well, actually, to be fair. But they're also fairly prominent flat earthers. You might have seen Carl being on stuff back in the day when, semi-famous people were mentioning that they thought it was flat. And he does a lot of stuff on boxing channels and stuff and mentioning it and stuff. So I'd kind of, through a friend, got contact with him. And his brother said he'd meet me tonight. And I gave them 2 copies of the book, 1 each. So they're going to have a good read of it. And he said, yeah, I'll try and do some promotion for you as well when we get called to do it. So once they've had a chance to have a read, hopefully we might get a bit of a free shout out. Didn't discuss a lot of the book. He went into other stuff, like I said, just like good old natter. It was quite cool. But hopefully, yeah, they're going to take it away, and showed him a couple of bits, and he was like, oh, cool. And you know what I mean? So, yeah, fingers crossed, QA.
Fingers. I don't do fingers crossed. I'm not superstitious. I don't do that nonsense.
Well, no, neither does he. To be fair, one of the many things he told me about himself. He was telling me how he's you're like this, how he's sober, and he's found Christ and Jesus every day is part of his routine to pray and focus and give him motivation for everything. I say, really nice bloke and really open and friendly. Showed me pictures of his family and me doing vice versa. So, really, really nice chat. And he's, gone away, and hopefully he'll have a read of the books.
So what's his brother doing now?
He was at the gym.
Oh, he's still. Oh, okay, all right, yeah. He's not fighting anymore though, right?
No, not unless. They actually said that. Lee was saying, I feel like I've got one more good fight in me still. And Carl's the same. Because I think they've hit that age. Carl's like 2 years younger, I think.
How old is Carl?
Carl's 49 and Lee's 51.
They're starting.
So 2 years younger than I.
Yeah, that's they're teetering right on the edge right there. If he wants a last fight, he better get out there, and he better do it tomorrow. Because 48, I mean, I was rocking it at 48. Right about 52, once things start coming apart. That's just for me personally, folks. So. Yeah. What are you gonna do? Iron FE. You know this guy, Adam? Iron FE. You know who that is?
I've heard the name.
About years.
Brian, have you all of a sudden become Adam?
Sorry. I was answering the question before you said, "Do you know who he is?" Adam. Before you said that, I started answering the question.
Oh, okay. And the answer is?
It is, and I know of, yeah, but is there a point? They think the original spelling is ether.
He said something else up later. Maybe the book is in the... No, he didn't say that. That's not... The advice of many, have someone else proofread your book. Who are you speaking to, Iron Iffy? You could super chat. Then I could see it better. Get Booger employed. The original spelling of ether, good, think the original spelling is ether. I don't think so. I think, I don't know.
So there's two types.
I don't know about, hold on a second. Wait one second. I wasn't quite done yet. I was going to say, I don't know the original spelling, but Maxwell, I think Maxwell wrote it as A-E-T-H-E-R. Let me check. Go ahead, Adam.
I think you've got two different things, haven't you?
Two thingies.
Harlan used to speak about this. How there was two ethers. One was spelled with an A, the other with an E. You have ether. That's the drink. You know, like it's shown in that movie From Hell, the movie with Johnny Depp. It was the psychic kind of detective who was after Jack the Ripper, where it's a way of making like a heroin out of laudanum and ether. Is it? What's that drink? It's like they call it something ether. It's a type of drink. So I don't know.
No, I wasn't. Whilst I like a drink, I wasn't referring to that. I was
meaning referring to that. No, it was just me. Sorry.
You've got the Witsit, the luminiferous ether, which is AETH, right? But then you've also got ether, which is ether gas, which is just ETH. Yeah, is what he's suggesting. It's an organic compound, isn't it? Ether.
Look at James Clerk Maxwell. This is very strange. James Clerk Maxwell, 1878, in title Ether, E-T-H-E-R, but he writes it A-E-T-H-E-R-S a couple times. So ether. So I'll just read it. Ethers were invented. Watch out, Flatsy, it's coming. Ethers were invented for the planets to swim in, to constitute electric atmospheres and magnetic effluvia.
Effluvia.
To convey sensations from one part of our bodies to another, and so on, until all space had been filled 3 or 4 times over with the ethers. See how he's spelling it? Isn't this strange? And then the only ether, A-E-T-H-E-R, which has survived is that which was invented, by the way, notice that word, by Huygens, to explain the propagation of light. James Clerk Maxwell, 1878, in the book, or let's see, is that a book? Encyclopedia Britannica. They might have just pulled something out of it. Encyclopedia Britannica, Volume 8, and he spells it E-T-H-E-R. So there you go. I mean, that's not going to solve anything, I don't think. So that's what I got. All right, let me catch up.
Like I say, I would distinguish it that because we are talking. He's alluded to a few there. So the different types of ether. There were many ethers. So one of the ethers, the blue sky, was the ether of the gods that the nectar they fed on.
Nectar.
Yeah? But there's all sorts of stuff in terms of the many ethers. Right. So it's just stuff you don't understand. The one that's left is the light, the medium for light traversing. Yeah, the luminescent ether.
Oh, you tried to say that one day. That was pretty funny. You tried to say you tried to say luminiferous one time, and it was fucking cracking me up. You tried like 3 times, right? You got them all wrong.
Blah, 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 like that,
Ethereum. Okay.
That's the thing. That's the one that's left. All of them faded over time, but they were always spelled AE because that's the distinction between that, which is this explanation, fantasy, ancient way of viewing things, miasma, compared to the chemical one, which is ether, ETHER, which is, I've looked it up. 1 second. It's called.
They used to put it on paper, right? That's where you always sniff the paper.
Diethyl ether or ethoxyethane or simply ether. No, that's why. If I see it spelled ETHER, I know I'm dealing with a chemical.
Right.
To see it spelled AE, I know I'm dealing with history.
All right, fair enough.
Imagination.
Yes, imagine. It flew out. Anyone who is writing a book, RNFE said, yeah, that's a good policy to have somebody proofread it. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. All right, what are we going to do today? I know we're going to look and evaluate Danny Faulkner. Danny boy. Mr. Holier Than Thou Christian, and Shama Lama Gamma Panda Ding Dong. Not too much of Shama Lama Gamma Panda Ding Dong. He's interviewing Danny. This interview took place a couple days after the Black Swan was released on these hounds. But I don't think they're aware of it then. I'm just trying to give you a little time capsule on when it was. I came by it a few days ago. I was off looking at something else, and it popped up in my feed, and I said, I don't remember us doing. We might have did a treatment on it. I didn't look, but I said, let's do it again. Let's try it again. I told Danny Boy too. I messaged him because he dropped a message in one of my videos earlier. So I messaged him. So he's probably here. He's not going to say anything. But he'll be listening, Danny Boy. Mr. Holier Than Thou Christian. Yeah, he likes to treat the Bible as his own personal jungle gym. You know that there's some warnings, warnings for changing the Word of God. Did you know that, Danny? You better read up on that. You're going to have some problems with it here in a few minutes. That's not your only problem, by the way. It's quantum foam in current rhetoric. No, it's not. That's not ether. Quantum foam is some nonsense that
you have to imagine, yeah.
What the heck is his name? It can be
quantum foam.
He has a lot of good points. He's pretty coherent, but then he comes off with some from lunacy. What the heck is his name? He's from Princeton. Know who that is? See, it's
Tony.
You're gonna start guessing. Tony. Fred.
I think that'll pop in the Tony. John.
Shut up. Let me go find this guy. Where would he? I think I know where he is. Hold on a second. I see him. I know what he looks like. I'm terrible with names. It's aggravating. So, where would he be? I bet you he would be in here. Come on, give it to me. I knew I'm close. John Wheeler. Yep, John Wheeler from Princeton made that horse crap quantum foam up. Did he ever show the quantum foam, by the way? Somebody give me, point me to a link where it's like, and what makes it quantum, by the way? That's what I'd like to know.
I'm pro cowbell.
You're pro cowbell? Well, that's nice to know. Do you like chocolate?
Technically, quantum foam can be ether, and ether can be quantum foam because they're all just imaginary. Yeah. So anything could be anything.
I don't like when
you don't need to show proof for it.
I don't like when they put quantum on shit. Most people don't even know what they're fucking talking about to begin with. Or they appeal to quantum field theory. They think that's quantum mechanics.
the greatest trio they never matched. And it's like the good, bad, and the ugly, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a shotgun marriage between Newtonian mechanics, which quantum mechanics debunked, Einsteinian, both special and general theory relativity, which it took to quantum mechanics just took that to raghead to the friggin' woodshed and just beat it about the head and shoulders. Maxwell, electrodynamics, he took that. It was only one simple experiment or demonstration that just utterly destroyed James Clerk Maxwell and his electrodynamics. But all this is put together in quantum field theory. It's like I said, a shotgun marriage. It's paradoxical, like on 4 or 5 different levels. And people think that's quantum mechanics. It cracks me up. They see quantum or quantum field theory. Oh, that's quantum. Nah, no, it's not. Jesus.
Isn't it like Newton's? Oh well, incorrectly. Some of Newton's work maybe is in there, and then that's superseded by Einstein's work, right? Yep. And then that's debunked by quantum mechanics. It's like, and then so then you have to try and somehow marry up Newton's work with quantum mechanics. You know, that's what they end up doing, I suppose.
Oh, it's over. It's over. He was the first one to go down, Newton.
Yeah, but at least he did say, in fairness, like, he's fine. Like, he did. What didn't he first say that he reckoned light was a particle? Or was
Yep.
Yeah. So, I mean, he was on the right track, you'd have to say.
I don't know how he came up with that. I know that he said that. I just don't know how he reached that conclusion. And that was the prevailing thought, because Newton was all that in a bag of chips when he was alive. Nobody would challenge him. If they did, it was kept real quiet. Even after his death, he had such a presence that there's not too much in the literature going against some of his thoughts. And they call him he's not a scientist. I want to see one experiment from Isaac Newton. If you think he's a physicist, for God's sake, can I see one experiment that he did? I want to see just give me the hypothesis first. I'll tell you what. You'd have better luck distilling Alexander the Great's tears out of Euphrates than coming up with one of those. Now, I'm not saying the guy wasn't brilliant. I'm not saying that. Just wasn't a physicist. Didn't have anything to do with natural science, that's for sure. Unless I'll stand to be corrected if I see just one valid hypothesis and experiment through fruition. A triple dog there. You can DM me or message me in the messages under these comments and give me a citation. Just don't say, yes, he did. Yaha. All right.
He was debunked by, in one of the things he was saying, by the laws of thermodynamics. Eventually, it was shown that he was wrong by friction, showing him to be wrong, because he postulated that heat moved from object and substance to object and substance kind of stuff, and there was a finite amount of it within an object kind of thing. So like a piece of wood would have a finite amount of what was it? Caloric fluid, I think was what he called it. Caloric being heat, caloric fluid.
It's not flat Earth clips. It's not thermodynamics. It's thermodynamics. Get it right. Shout out to Professor Phil.
Oh, brilliant. Newton eventually, like just how much I'm saying there, no one would challenge him. He was eventually debunked but I think it was a good while after he did.
Oh yeah.
Like, or maybe there were some people at the time was pointing some stuff out, but I think it was after his death that he was shown to be. Yeah, I could be wrong. I'll have to check that. Could be when he was still alive, but yeah.
Check it.
I'll have to check it.
Yeah, I doubt it. I doubt it. It could be long after his death, but okay, fair enough. Now, what are we going to do? This is going to be a lot of fun. Might as well just jump right into it. Let me check my computer, make sure it's not overheating. We got a heat advisory here till Thursday. It's going to be smoking hot. A little preamble to summer. Hadn't had enough friggin' tornadoes and hailstorms. Now we're gonna get steam baked.
I still don't have the chia seeds, but I got the yogurt now.
What the hell does that have to do with anything I just said, Mrs. Red Herring Fallacy?
What is she on it?
I don't know. It's insane.
That's what I'm doing right now. Is making my yogurt. I'm excited, and then we're gonna start the show. Let's go.
Making your yogurt? You mean you're making it or you bought it?
I'm having to, portion it out correctly with the frozen blueberries that I have and sunflower butter. Yum.
Sunflower butter.
I don't know about that. Blueberries sound nice.
I just throw some chia seeds in some Chobani yogurt and carry on. Move out smartly.
I just
I
just eat the yogurt itself, and I don't.
Oh, that's right. See, Brian, he's interrupting this conversation because he eats yogurt by the quart. I'm sorry, liter. Sorry about that, Brian.
One serving is 3/4 cups.
The post. I want to see the yogurt container you eat out of, Brian. I want you to post that in the cave. I want to see that shit.
Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, in a minute.
Yeah. You're not doing it right now. Just post it in the cave. I want to see it because you told me you're eating like a metric ton of that stuff. Now, you post in the container is not proof of that what you eat, but it'll give me an idea. Or post a video of you eating a whole liter of yogurt. That's how you can prove that shit.
I'm not going to do that because I'm not that bothered about whether you believe me or not. So I'm not going through all that bother of setting up the phone on a tripod and doing all the stuff. I'm just going to eat the yogurt and I don't care. You can call me a liar, I don't care.
Adam, you got your wine?
I'm sat here. I've also posted a little video in this server's chat.
So is that what are you trying to tell me? Are you trying to say that you want me to play a video?
Well, you can. I mean, it's 8 seconds long. I just today, the heavens went biblical in Nottingham, and we got hailstones. Look at these bad boys.
No way.
Yeah. So I recorded. I went, quick, I'm going to save that. I'll show that to QE. So there you go.
Those are little tiny. Is that hell or is that sleet? Looks like sleet.
No. They were definitely little solid ice balls.
So, do you pick one up? Was it hard?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I mean, they weren't as big as a pea. But you can see down there, up down the bottom.
Yeah. I can see them. Sleet looks like that too, but to tell the difference, you have to pick it up. And if it's really hard,
they were bouncing.
Sleet can bounce too. Depends on how hard it comes down.
Adam, are you having a summer like we're having it?
Yeah, no summer.
No summer.
Three ridiculously hot days where I sat in here in my pants because it was too hot. And every other day since I've had to have a jacket. It's freezing, man. I've got the heater on.
You know, I put a positive spin on it, and I said it's one of the better winters we've had. That's why I had my best sleep.
The warmest winter we've had in a while.
Yeah.
All right, are you ready for this? You better be prepared mentally. Oh, good. What, Brian?
I just have to say that after those 3 days of eating, my friend said to me, he said, what are you going to do now that summer's over? It was obvious. That's it. Summer's done.
3 days? That's it? That's all the summer you get?
Squirrels, I see squirrels now and they're already burying nuts. They know it's over.
They know it's over. That's a darn lie. You're gonna get heat smoked in the next couple months, and don't you lie to me about it.
You know what? It's hot as ever in Alabama, so
thanks,
no
Flatsy.
hailstones here.
We know that, Flatsy. That goes without saying.
Although today is Sterling's and my 10-year anniversary.
Oh, happy anniversary.
Thank you.
Yeah, happy anniversary, but like that wasn't a smooth crowbar now, I have to say.
It wasn't. It wasn't. It's right on the red herring fallacy. Right on the line.
I love it. This is what I do.
It's insane. I've been making fun of Flatsy. What was it earlier, Flatsy? I said I was up messing with the volume. Oh no, I know what it was. It seems that YouTube likes to cut videos short, even though I play them to the end and then hit stop stream in OBS. It'll cut them short. I got to give it like a 10 count after I'm actually done to stop streaming. I noticed that it clipped the video early, or the song, Betty's song earlier, and then it also clipped one of my videos, I think the No More Lies video, right at the end, because I said another sentence, and it clipped it before that. So I found that strange, and Flatsy said, "That's insane." And I said, "Not really. It's just, I think we define insane like in different ways. That's not insane to me. That's just a snafu."
Yeah, it's just something that I say out of context.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
Is it colloquial?
Is it colloquial?
It's colloquial. What?
That's insane. Yeah, I heard that earlier. Water.
Oh boy.
Colin Lee Frotch will say water because they speak proper and all. Yeah, they speak proper like what I do.
Okay. All right, so you guys better prepare yourself. All right, we're gonna throw. There he is. Does he have jaundice or something? Kind of orangish yellow.
The light off his screen, I'd say.
It's a jaundice. Hopefully not.
Oh boy. All right, Danny. Danny's going to stand up for the Globe. See, one of the reasons why I wanted to play this is because Shama, Lama, Gamma, Panda, Ding Dong is like the lowest of the low. A real cur, right? He is the epitome of darkness. An evotard atheist, right? But Danny, as a Christian, from Answers in Genesis, we'll get more into that later. Don't you worry about that, Danny. I got some poignant comments to make about that shit. But anyway, Danny likes to have fellowship with darkness. I don't know if he knows this, but in Ephesians 5:11, Danny, it states specifically, "Have no fellowship with the unfruitful works of darkness, but rather expose them." Danny? But no, see, you're here prostituting yourself with darkness to grease the skids for your ball-tard spinning space monkey religion, right? And that's just the biggest well-duh of this whole thing. Now, you say some stupid shit on here. We're going to get to that. But the overall theme I wanted to stress. You follow that, Danny. Mr. Holier than thou Christian. Okay? Mr. Christian right here. See how Christian he's going to be. Good?
Heliocentrism is Danny's true faith.
Yeah, it's paganism. Essentially what it is. It's always been that. All right.
Heliocentrism.
There was no need to indict the pagans there, was there?
Just no need.
He tried every chance he gets.
Yeah.
Was that a bit over the top, Adam? You think maybe I shouldn't have indicted him? The pagans.
Because you know Danny and I know Danny, and we might know a few pagans, I think that's unfair to pagans.
Fair enough. You know, ironically, Danny is the first baltard I had a discussion with about the Earth. Just want everyone to know. 2016, he was the first one. First one. Called up a secretary because they kicked me out of an evotard formula because they caught on I was a flat earther from the question, how do you have gas pressure without a container? So it only took it was within 24 hours I was kicked out of there. And they said, what you need to do, young flat earther, is you need to contact Danny Faulkner. He wrote a book. He's from AIG. Ban. So I said, all righty then. Got his phone number, called his secretary. Where's Danny boy at? He wasn't there. He was on vacation. Probably whittling with pagans. You never know. So we got into an email discussion. What? Remember what your answer to me was when I asked you the same question, Danny? How you have gas pressure without a container? Remember what you told me? I'll tell you what he told me. Hydrostatic equilibrium. That was his answer to me. In clown. Just
he must have known who you were. He mustn't have known or understood you at all.
Yeah.
Because that's something that someone like him would say to someone who doesn't know anything back in 2016.
You got that right, Brian. See, you sharp today, man. What yogurt you eat today?
I'm sharp every day. It's just some days I'm tired. But, no, it's just...
No,
that's the truth. That's the truth. But it's obvious, because I know, because I don't have to be sharp about that. I know because they said stupid stuff like that to me. Now, I wasn't so naive to just accept it. You know what I mean? But a lot of people were. They just went, okay, then that's what solves that problem. Because they don't have any confidence, not through any fault of their own. They just don't know,
Yeah, it was a real... I snickered to myself when I seen it. And then I took a step back, and then I took a step forward, and I tore the friggin' guts out of it. Like I did to every one of your responses. Danny, remember? Fucking clown. We're going to do it again today. Because your position hasn't changed very much. It's the same stupid position. We're going to expose you a good one today. Real Christian-like. You ready?
Joining me tonight is a very special guest.
Yeah, special needs.
You can now see. Sorry, I'm blundering a little bit. He holds a PhD in astronomy and
so a PhD in pseudoscience.
Is a distinguished professor emeritus at the University of...
Professor emeritus? Wow. Let's genuflect. Hey, Danny? We're going to see how much genuflecting we're going to be doing today.
South Carolina, Lancaster, where he taught physics and astronomy for 26 years.
Isn't that scary? He doesn't even know what acceleration or angular velocity is. So he taught your kids for 20 years down there in North Kakalaki. Best wishes.
He's a little bit like... Sorry.
Good.
I'm just saying he's a little bit like Charles Joubert Math. You know what I mean? Geometry teacher who doesn't know geometry.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Give you a break, you know.
Years. Since January 2013, he has been staff astronomer at Answers in Genesis in northern Kentucky. And he is author of a number of books, including Falling Flat, a refutation of flat
No, that was a self-portrait.
Earth claims, and The Created Cosmos, What the Bible Reveals About Astronomy. Please welcome Dr. Danny Faulkner. Welcome, Danny.
Thank you.
Welcome, Danny.
No, you don't mind if I call you Danny, do you?
Please.
Just call him Doofus. That's what I call him.
Please do.
Okay, cool. Now, most people, I think, in our audience might know you from as the guy who was harangued by Nathan Thompson at the Flat Earth Convention.
You know who was behind that? Harangueness. Guess who was behind that? Not to the people here in Discord. Not the people here in Discord. Don't give up the ghost yet, Adam. Jeez.
Oh.
Go ahead. Give up the ghost, Adam.
Well, I just did, but I'll just mumble again. Mumble.
We just got T-jumped.
Yeah.
I thought it was like a pub quiz. I thought it was a question.
My question was, were you there, Adam? I can't remember. I think you were, but I can't remember.
I was.
I wasn't. I was around when Tony's going, I've done this, I've done, I've made him do this, I've made him hunt him down, he's going to definitely ask it.
It wasn't. It wasn't. No, Tony is the one that Nathan, that he got in touch with Nathan, he called him.
Yeah.
He wasn't the one that started it.
No, that's why I said you and Tony.
It was, yeah, we were in an after show or something, and we found out that Nathan Thompson or whatever was at the Flat Earth Convention, and he called Nathan up, Tony did, and we asked him if Danny Faulkner was there because he always attends these conferences, right? We knew that back then. We have a little question for you to ask him. So it's kind of ironic that there's a lot of irony. You know, so you can thank us, Danny. That wasn't Nathan. Say again.
He totally lost his head on that, didn't he? Because this was the undoing. This is their undoing and the revealment of their standards. This whole question was fantastic.
Yeah. So
we'll get to that.
So Danny, you could put this on your list too, of how unchristian I am. I was the one who told Nathan. Well, I told Anthony to tell Nathan Thompson to ask you that question specifically, right to your face. Just so you know. You probably didn't know that. All right, let's roll.
At the last Flat Earth Convention.
Mr. Funnies. How do you have gas pressure without a container, doofus? Let me guess. Hydrostatic equilibrium? You absolute dunce. What does hydrostatic mean? I just thought I'd give him a clue, Brian. Just a little one. Clown.
Who insisted on you answering his question, and you didn't.
Didn't because he couldn't. Because if he did, he'd be in standing violation of the second law of thermodynamics, among others, including all the gas laws and Brownian motion. But he doesn't know about that. He's an idiot pseudoscientist astronomer.
So, I know you've been to a number of these Flat Earth conventions. How did you? What's your experience like?
What's your favorite color, Danny? Is it orange? But
yeah, I know we've commented on this in the past, but I have to say it every time. Do you notice the way he didn't ask him the question there or didn't bring up the question? It's just like, you were asked the question, you didn't answer. Anyway, moving on. You're like, what question is it? What question did he not answer? Do you know what I mean? There was no mention of that.
Right. Good catch. I think he's going to answer it later, though. But good catch. He didn't do it then. Yep.
No.
Right. How did you find the Flat Earth conventions?
Well, I've been to three of them now, 2017, 2018, 2019. At the first one, didn't know what to expect. I was there to research and to learn, but I kind of wanted to slide under the radar because I didn't know how people would perceive me being there, not being a flat earther, being a critic of the flat earth movement.
Just as a side note, radar, that prerequisite for radar to work and for you to interpret the rebound signals is you're operating on a flat earth. Anyway, thanks, Danny.
Turns out,
getting under that flat earth measurement.
Nice to me. I kind of came out of the closet with them, and
you come out of the closet with them. What were you doing in the closet?
Didn't hide, and I made some friends there.
I mean, too many jokes.
Yeah, I know. I just thought I'd just give it one poke and then roll it.
Back the next two meetings as well. And with the exception of the ambush you mentioned by Nathan, they've all treated me very well. I've gotten to know many of the leaders.
He said it, he called it or characterized it as an ambush. He just asked you. He just asked you a simple question, Danny. You think that's an ambush? That's insane. Go ahead.
Nathan was overly excited, but I wouldn't call it an ambush. Other than obviously, he wasn't like cornered. He'd not been kettled into a particular place in the auditorium and then posed the question. He'd just gone up to him. Now the ambush is the only reason you'd use that is the question ambushes the ball. That's why you might use that analogy, because how can you have gas pressure without a container? That's the ambush. Yeah. For the ball, not Danny wasn't ambushed. Bloody hell.
Yeah.
Calm down, dear.
Did you say calm down, dear?
Superchat.
Super Danny dear.
Roger Ledwell sent, he from South Carolina, not North, just saying.
Oh, was it from South Kakalaki? It still works. Thanks for super chat. If I make more mistakes, will I get more super chats?
Oh no.
That's insane.
You should test that hypothesis.
Leaders in the movement, plus other people as well. I've had people I've gone back to see after meeting them at a previous meeting. So I had a good time, made friends there, and it's really been a pleasant time for me. Quite a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, he made friends there, huh? like, why is anyone becoming friends with him at these things years ago? I know it's years ago, not now, but why is anyone doing? You know.
Because they were singing Kumbaya back then, rubbing people's feet, right, with really bad breath and open-toed sandals. So it was okay. They came out of the closet, sandals and all.
I have no complaints about it.
Cool. So I'm not sure if they're planning one for next year, but would you go again? I think if there is one.
Probably. It depends where it is and when it will be. But I don't know for sure. But they've not announced one yet. There's some question about the leadership for the next one because Robbie Davidson's made it clear that he wants to hand it off to somebody else. So there's been no announcement.
Did Robbie Davidson? Did he turn baller on us?
Yeah.
Yeah. Himself. Go on, Adam.
Well, yes. I mean, but that was way before this. This was part of. So when Robbie gave up, like, doing the American conferences, and he helped in the British one, but when he gave that up, there was nothing to do with him turning co. It was, I'm off to focus on other projects like that crypto stuff and the church he works for. He'd done a load for the Flat Earth community, and like him or didn't dislike it, didn't really matter. All he'd done was set up the first few things.
Sure.
It only had a positive effect. You know? He's really tall when I met him. I like really tall. But anyway, relevant. But,
well, you're pretty tall. You're pretty tall, ain't you? How tall? What is he, like 6'7" or something?
Oh, at least, man. Honestly, he's huge. I'm looking up, and I'm just short of 6'2".
Right.
And he was big.
Tall.
Tall.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, he turned along with Patricia Steer and Paul on the plane. They are after sometime after the TFE. All three of them, they put out identical statements, and all three of them turned right, whatever that means, to the globe. But I never had any connection to the guy or had anything to do with him.
Was it Patricia Spear?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, all three of them. And Paul, last time I spoke, we wished each other. All three, Patty flitted in and out backwards, didn't she, with her psychobabble? But all three of them left the flat earth at similar sorts of times. And like I said, they went off to do crypto. So when they announced, oh, we've gone back to the ball, I'm like, well, I've not seen you on flat earth for such a long time. Thought you'd left anyway. You know, it was one of those. Well, oh, great, you've got some has-beens admitting it's a ball again. Well done. Now, there's all sorts of nefarious reasons why you might suggest those three people that got involved in a cryptocurrency that went tits up might feel have received some benefit for coming out posthumously, as nobody's in the flat earth community anymore, and saying, "Oh, I think it's a ball." But I kind of took that with a pinch of salt.
Very strange. Yeah, I heard the crypto after. I wasn't aware. I'm not interested in that stuff anyway. Just let's move on.
If they have one, I may go again.
Cool. Okay. So tell me, how did you first come across flat Earth, and what motivated you to write a book about it? Your book is Falling Flat.
Yeah. Well, it's 4 years ago. I had a conversation with 3 different people in the course of a week that were concerned about young people they knew who had gotten into this. And I realized, well, there must be something going on. So I dived in.
Listen to that woke rhetoric. They were concerned about young people.
Yeah.
That's what Keir Starmer says over here to introduce the digital restrictions and IDs. We're concerned about young people. That's when you know someone's a liar, when they put it on the poor. The only reason I thought they were being brainwashed, these poor young kids. So I had to stop it.
Yeah, I mean, since when is it wrong to question things, first of all? Especially if you can absolutely destroy a whole religion. Just to stay quiet, why would you do so? I don't know. Just seems weird to me.
It's very simple. It's Danny's part of a major religious cult, the biggest one of all time, and younger people were obviously saying, "I don't think any of this is real." So people like Danny have to swing into action. That's really all it is, you know. Otherwise, Danny's whole world comes apart, and he has to realize that all those elevation angles were elevation angles over a flat plane. Oh no!
Yep. I wonder why he didn't mention me, because he said 4 years ago. That was 2020. That would have been 2016. Remember when I tore your ass up, Danny? You didn't mention that. Wonder why.
Into it. It turns out over the previous 5
I was only out here for like 1 day in flat earth and issued him a beating. Just that stone cold beating. Just green around the gills. Brand new flat earther. Guy challenged me with the question just a few days prior. Then I went on Evolution Fairy Tale Forum, got banned, and then boom, ran into Danny. Jeez, what do you think's going to happen now, Danny?
5 years or so, about every 6 months, somebody would send me something, but I didn't really connect the dots. It was just starting then, a nascent movement, and I didn't pick up on it until 4 years
Oh, a nascent movement. I like that word.
Ago. And then since then, I delved into it. I've researched, I've read a number of books written more than a century ago on the first incarnation of the Flat Earth movement. I've read several ones written in recent years. I've watched far more hours of YouTube videos than I would care to admit to. I've read a lot of information online. When I go to the Flat Earth conferences, I listen. I go to all the sessions I can. I talk to people, interview people. So I've done my homework. I've delved into this, and over the time I've written about.
Pause. One Adam.
So, just the incorrect use of the word nascent. It would be inappropriate to say this nascent movement and then refer to historical books, which would mean it not being nascent at this point anymore because there's historical books of the movement. Nascent meaning a new starting.
Are you sure
thing,
about that?
It?
Let's check.
I don't know. Look it up then. Look up the meaning of the word nascent. But I thought it was like recently started. It's nascent. Let's have a look.
Nascent, adjective, describes something that is just beginning to exist. Look at you.
There you go.
Recently,
I'm very lucky. I'm very lucky in the fact that because I'm English, I speak English and English words I know the meaning of. You're American, so
yeah,
and that's probably what he's playing on there. See, this is what they do. If you listen to them, their words will reveal them.
Yep.
And that's, just as Brian alluded to it, it's pseudo-intellectual stuff. And if you listen and analyze, it falls apart at this base level. So I'm just looking into this newly forming community, and I've been looking at the books that have been published hundreds of years ago about it. Okay, that makes sense.
Listen, I just like the sound of the word.
But it alludes to something, doesn't it?
It surely does. Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Words have friggin' meanings.
And that's what triggered me, what it alluded to, as in newly forming.
Good catch, Adam. Outstanding. Is that what you were going to do, Brian? Did they teach you nascent at the University of Dublin?
I've never been in any university. No, so I have no idea what they teach there. I don't want to go there either. To the University of Dublin. No, thank you. I never heard that word before. I actually was going to ask you to stop and say, what does it mean? But I didn't want to make it a thing out of it. So
okay. All right. Well, I made it a thing. Then Adam made it a thing. This Flatsy, do you like nascent? Or it just doesn't do it for you?
It doesn't do it for me, sorry.
I didn't think so. Insane.
About 20 articles that have gone on the Answers in Genesis website, different issues.
Yeah, they're friggin' crackhead articles. We evaluated. We did a couple treatments of those. They were train wrecks. Danny doesn't know what gravity is, acceleration. Danny doesn't know his own name. He's definitely a pseudoscientist. He doesn't know what natural science is. He would fail intro to third grade general science. Danny would. And he complains to me because I'm the bad guy. I don't, because I invited him on. You're so vile. It hurts my feelings to, no. What's going to happen is I'm going to tear your ass up and show you to everyone to be a fraud. A pseudoscience fraud. You know it, and I know it. We're going to do it here today, too.
Issues I want to answer, so I answered that and we put it up on the website. And sometime last year, I began deciding that I should combine all these, edit it, and add a lot more material. So I wrote the book last year. I finished the draft of it probably in the spring. It came out in September. So it's been out a few months.
Well, yeah, it's a trash heap. We went through a few chapters of it. It was belly laugher, boy. Anthony had a good time going through it too, if I remember correctly.
Where's it available? People want to.
What?
Sorry, I'm just saying his books are very dishonest, like him.
Well, you got to make that claim. You're going to have to come up with some dishonest stuff. Not saying it isn't, but you have to have particulars. I don't want us hand waving here. Do you have anything dishonest in there? There's a ton of dishonesty. I'm just saying it would be good to have an example.
Well, his characterization of gravity. I'd use your example.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, but
you know what I mean?
Is that dishonest or just stupid?
Well, it depends because he's I don't remember the specifics because I haven't seen any of his books for a while. But any time I did, immediately it stuck out to me that he was not giving a correct account of either side.
Sure.
And he knows better.
Yep.
So.
I think he was sticking more with Newtonian mechanics, which has been debunked for 111 years. See, Danny hasn't been keeping up on his continuing education credits for like 111 years. So we busted him on it and laughed at him. I don't think he liked that much. That's just one of the train wrecks that he had. Go ahead, Adam.
Is he the guy that I smoked on Nathan's show that time?
Yes.
I can't. Yeah, we should dig that out. I did a good job there. I can't remember even what it was, but I do remember him. I knew when you've got somebody arse end upwards.
It was.
So you listen to what they say.
It was slow because Danny was taking. I don't know what he was taking. And it was so slow. I said, I had enough of this.
I remember that. And actually, but the truth is of that situation, Adam, you didn't know who he was when you came in, because remember, I came in afterwards and I heard about it. But you didn't know it was him when you first started speaking to him. You just caught on to something he said and it wasn't correct. You pulled him on his use of the term model or something like that. But before that, in fairness, I won't take it away from him. The very first question he was asked by refracted curvature was actually the end of him. But I can't remember what that was now. But refracted curvature asked him a question and he had just nowhere to go with it. The whole thing finished there. They shouldn't have really carried on from him. He should have just hung up at that point. But he did. And then he ended up being with Adam.
All right.
To get a hold of it, by the way, I should.
Well, we carry it, AnswersInGenesis.org. You have an office there in the UK. It's in Leicester. They carry the book as well.
Mm-hmm.
But we carry it. Of course, other places will carry it as well, I'm sure. But we certainly keep them in.
Hey, Danny, are you aware that I have a new book? Adam, are you aware of that?
Well, yes, but now you mention it, he says his book's available at Answers for Genesis. Our book isn't, is it? But our book is available at Amazon.com in both paperback and ebook.
It's on screen for everyone now, Adam, not for you. So there you go, Danny. Remember what I told you? You know, when you come stumbling, fumbling, bumbling into one of my videos, remember what I told you? It's only a matter of time before a third grader with a small grade reading level above sea level is going to compromise your ass. It's coming. And it's going to be issued from this book. I promise you it's coming.
2, 3, and 4 chapters I refer to. They destroy Danny and his whole rhetoric. And chapter 4, with regards to gas pressure, that's why he ran. That's what we'll probably say this, but it's all laid out there and in much more detailed terms than were presented to him by Nathan Thompson when he ran away.
He ain't gonna make it. He ain't gonna make it out of chapter 2.
No, but chapter 4 is what he ran away from. Chapter 2 will tool everybody up. So people like him can't mug people off with big words or claims of science. Yeah. You've read chapter 2, you'll come out of that, able to identify what is science, what isn't science, and what they try to give posthumous validity to through that word when it's not applicable. And then when you get to 4, gas pressure, it's a lot harder for them to bullshit you because you're already tooled up and able to call out the fallacies or misrepresentation.
Yep.
Or pseudo nonsense such as hydrostatic equilibrium. This is the trouble, isn't it? They'll do stuff like that, won't they? And whilst there is hydrostatic equilibrium, right? That's lovely, and we can and we got water and we got depth and stuff like that. But then they'll go, and another example is why we have gas pressure without a container, because like hydrostatic equilibrium. Look, I've put a little G in this equation, therefore it proves it. You know, it's nonsense like that. That false comparison between reality and formulas that we can take from reality to use, and then strapping it on to a religious effect. and say, well, that also applies to gases with a bit of water in them. And look, that's how it holds it down.
He ain't gonna make it out of chapter. He's not gonna make it out of chapter 2, dude. He won't be able to show his face again. He's done. He's not even gonna get the gas pressure. It's over for him. Yep.
People like him have.
Say again?
People like him, what they've done is they have spent a long time trying to imply that the atmo is the same as aqua. Right? Air is not water. Gases are not liquids. They're both fluids, but one is not the other.
That's where the topic gets thrown into disarray with the term fluid, right?
Yeah.
That's their little fucking game that they play with their little fluid crap, right? But then you go on and read about hydrostatic equilibrium, and then it's the opposite of gases. So, too funny. We ain't gonna go through that today. We got other business to take care of.
No, and you mustn't let them go there. Stick with the principles of what they're claiming.
Yep.
There's reality, and then you invoking a special dispensation for just your heliocentric ball model, which doesn't actually. It's a bit like refraction, isn't it? Again, it doesn't really fit with the actual description in the real world.
Correct.
Of what refraction is. Correct. And I just say equilibrium. But if I strap it onto a ball, it can do all sorts of magical things to make my belief hold true.
That's an interesting take, Adam. Nice comparison. Damn, you guys are on your game. I told you to be sharp today. I wasn't ready for this. Jesus, I gotta help my game.
He's just love bombing us out now, Adam. That's what he
Oh, you know what?
We are recording this, aren't we? We're going to save this moment. We'll replay it back to him later.
Don't remind me at the end. All right, I got to play that. You follow?
Sorry.
Follow that. Remind me at the end. You know what I'm talking about, right?
No, not now.
You don't know what I'm talking about? There's a song. It's got a name.
Oh, yeah, that. Yeah, I was going to say at the beginning, I thought we'd start with that. I love that song, but it's probably a better way to end.
Yeah, I thought so too. Just remind me when we get around there.
Stock and sell them here, and also do internet orders as well.
Oh,
it's digital copy.
Pause. We didn't get anywhere.
I was trying to get in there before you press play.
Hurry up.
A tidbit about their use of trying to amalgamate air and water is how they defined. Adam's going to get angry at this, but the density of different gases. It starts off with them treating air like a liquid.
Yeah, they use it via the term fluid. That's their game. We already touched on that.
I'm just adding a little. I know that. I said that. I tried to add something to it, but you're too busy critiquing me instead of listening to what I'm saying.
Brother.
Yeah.
It's insane.
It's available because I got a digital copy of it.
So. Yes, there's a digital copy available. The cost of the book, I think, is.
You know what, Danny? There's a digital copy of this book too. Where can you find that again, Adam?
Sorry. I was off being. Yeah, that's available at Amazon.com as both a paperback and ebook.
Thank you.
It's around $15 or $17 US. I'm not sure what they charge in the UK.
Right. I don't think it was that much for the digital copy anyway. I think that was quite.
Yeah, it's cheaper that way. Usually is.
Yeah. Yeah. So now at the start of the book, you talk about.
Just while we mention that, then, just as we're comparing prices, I mean, ours is a little more, but there's a lot more quality in there. So paperback, you're looking at a $29.99, £22, and for a digital copy, of course, as he said, it's cheaper. You're at $9.99 for the digital copy, and about £8 in the UK.
Thank you, Adam.
how people are often unprepared to respond to flat Earth arguments. Why do you think that is?
Improper education, poor.
There you go. That's one of your problems.
Education. You know, most of us were raised up being taught that everybody thought the world was flat until 500 years ago when Christopher Columbus showed up.
I know. I was never taught that. I was never taught that. So, I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, just on that rhetoric's changed recently, hasn't it? Do you remember? So 500 years ago, everyone thought it was flat until Columbus. That's not what they tell us with the Greeks and Plato and Aristotle. They thought it was a sphere, apparently, 2,000 odd years ago. This timeline is very fluid, shall we say? In terms
sharp. He's sharp, boy.
Yeah, it's malleable, their timeline, isn't it? And the truth of it is that it wasn't until it's actually 300 years ago with Kepler. So there was no globe until Kepler, provably so. And more than that, they weren't navigating the world as a globe until the creation of the Haversine formula, which is 1800. Few problems there, but anyway, that's my bad education on the topic, according to Danny.
But otherwise, and that's not true at all. That myth arose in the 19th century. The truth of the matter is people in the West have known the Earth as a sphere going back about 2,500 years.
There you go, Adam.
See? Well, why? I mean, they won't support this, you see. The best you're going to get is they all laughed at Christopher Columbus when he said the world was round. That's the level of history that we're going to deal with, isn't it? Like a Disney cartoon. And I said, this is what they'll invoke, this fluid timeline. It is this, it is that. It'll validate one point, it'll validate. None of it's really relevant, other than what Brian alluded to. Everybody treated it as flat until we started to manipulate stuff in the late 1800s with the Haversine, the way in which cartography was changed to fit a sphere. That's the real implication. But even then, and most fundamentally, remember, we still take those elevation angles, flat Earth measurements, to then extrapolate them onto the ball. And that's all we're left with. That's the sad conclusion in 2026. The only way in which you can navigate is to put those flat Earth elevation angles onto the cartography of a ball, which is why we have such strange things on a ball. But it's misrepresentation. Now, he's claimed lack of knowledge, and he's only ever going to paint the history. I've just admitted there how we have to do the cartography. It has to be on a ball. That's the truth. But why? Brian's alluded to it. This guy won't tell the truth. He'll just, like he'll do with his astronomy, yeah? He'll deny his other books, his resource books, in the case of the Bible, yeah, to promote his heliocentric worldview. That is his prime religion. Whether he paints himself as a Christian or not, the word of God is secondary to what those shiny lights in the sky are. And how they're there and what holds them there. They're contrary to his Christian teachings.
Okay. He did say 2,500 years ago. So that puts, we're at 500 BC. So 300 BC is Aristotle. 500 BC, we're getting back there now. Who's he?
I think that's Eratosthenes.
No, Eratosthenes 200. 187.
We've got Ezra giving the books back to the Israelites coming out of Babylon 500 BC. I don't think they're concerned with the shape of it. They know it's flat. They're moving on.
Yep.
I don't know what the Greeks are doing.
Well, they had to treat the outer flat up until the year 1800 when they didn't, because they didn't have any mathematical calculations to help them to traverse a ball or pretend they were traversing.
Yeah, we're getting okay. So let's get back to 2,500 years ago. All right. So it's not Eratosthenes. That was about 200 to 150 BC. Then you got Aristotle, 300 BC. 500 BC, like Adam said, you got Ezra back there with Babylon. Greeks weren't doing too much.
Is it maybe?
What's he doing?
Pythagoras.
Pythagoras. Is that what he's going to do? Let's see.
Oh, you know
No,
that
you've got. Well, wait. Oh, we're round about Alexander the Great, aren't we? So he's ripping. He's going to rip through at this point.
No, that's 300. That's 300 BC. Alexander.
That's 350. Yeah.
Yep.
So 5.
Yep.
That 500. The only bit that stuck out is that. So what's happening?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where he's going with this. Let's see.
Yeah.
In the 6th century was talking about that. There is people in the West have known the Earth as a sphere going back about 2,500 years. Well, we know that Pythagoras in the 6th century was talking about that. We don't know as real.
Pythagoras in the 6th century. What? Yeah, 6th century BC? It probably would have been beneficial to say that. Pythagoras, do you have any primary documentation that this guy even existed?
He might be able to show you. He might be able to show you the Pythagorean theorem, which involves a right-angled triangle. So that probably won't have his argument.
Did that come from Pythagoras? Did Pythagoras sign his name to that?
Yeah, but it's like, I mean, that kind of geometry was around since at least Babylonian times. So
yeah,
like I can't say that, but Pythagoras he's a little bit like what's his name? Who's famous for detailing geometry? Oh, what's his name? Oh,
Euclid.
Jeff.
Yeah,
Jeff. Carl.
Jeff. Yeah, Euclid. It's like Euclid didn't invent geometry; it was already around. He just detailed it, that kind of thing.
Fair enough. Yeah, Pythagoras, you're gonna have a big problem there, Danny, with your little Pythagoras horse shit. We're gonna need you to support this. You know what? You should have a show. Right, and do a treatment on me, doing a treatment on you, and answer all these questions. I triple dog dare you. Provide support, as in cowbell, Danny. Quickly, Adam.
Just quickly, as far as I'm aware, Pythagoras never ever elucidated any thought that the Earth was a sphere. From his perspective, but later Pythagorean schools, when they were pontificating on, it was never a point of order, Your Honour, but there is text where they pontificate that the most beautiful shape, the most celestial shape, is spherical, and that maybe the Earth could be, but it's not built upon. It's not a premise. It's just part of the postulation when they're evangelizing about shapes. Do you know what I mean? And talking about each one's perfection and stuff. So there's elucidation, but it's not anybody saying the Earth is a ball. We think it's a ball. It's just pontification on the heavens and stuff.
I prefer like an hourglass shape as the perfect shape. That's just
the Mae West. Yeah. The Coca-Cola bottle. But yeah. But like I said, this isn't Pythagoras. These are later schools called Pythagorean schools.
Okay. Which
are centuries after him. Just the schools of philosophy. Remember.
I don't know. I didn't study the schools, the Pythagorean schools. I actually didn't. So I don't know.
Reasons, but by 350 BC, Aristotle wrote a book on the heavens where he gave several good arguments for the Earth being a sphere. So the
did he?
Yes.
Adam, what did he?
Yes. Like I say, it's about that love of the sphere.
No, not Adam. Not Adam. No.
What?
Danny, not you. Danny said that Aristotle had a lot of good arguments. We want to hear from Danny what those arguments were, not from Adam.
No, but Aristotle's arguments do destroy the ball and heliocentrism because his arguments are fantastic with rate of movement, friction, all sorts of. It goes back to that ether stuff. So he reckons if it's up there, there's got to be shit up there, isn't there? It's not just a vacuum. They're not thinking there's a vacuum of space. They imply all sorts of stuff when they imagineer. And the point is, in their Imagineering, they ridicule the possibility of it. You see, it's impossible because of this. That's Aristotle. When he doesn't support it, he allows the postulation and destroys it. From my, I read this years ago, but that's what I remember Aristotle doing with it.
Well, but yeah, I'm not going to go search it. It's Danny's proofsies, so let Danny do it.
The notion that everybody thought the world was flat in the West until recently is not true. That was a myth that arose in the 19th century. And when we grow up, we're told the Earth is a globe from earliest age. I remember learning about it before I went to school, but no one ever told me why we knew that, how we knew that.
Please. Number one, he hasn't given those proofs that he said, or those arguments that from Aristotle that he just put out there. But he just said earlier that flat earthers' issue is they have a lack of good schooling or education. But what he just said there is factually incorrect, even just from a historical point of view. And you know what I mean? If you want to start actually getting into the bones of it, it's completely incorrect.
Yeah, it is. Yes.
So he has an education issue.
Thanks for identifying that, Brian. Appreciate it.
As an astronomer, I do know enough.
As an astronomer, as a pseudoscientist,
told me why we knew that, how we knew that. As an astronomer, I do know a number of reasons why.
Well, let's get to them.
And going back to Aristotle and others. We can put in there. Sometimes people say, well, we got
fucking mute button. So, as an astronomer, I got to go back to Aristotle, Danny. That's what you said. What that's sort of incongruent. As an astronomer, aka pseudoscientist, what are your arguments? What we want to know.
We got pictures from
space.
I
heard them before.
Oh my God! What?
It's not a talk show as well. I've heard these arguments before, and his arguments were eclipses. Those who know.
Yeah, but this is 2000. Yeah. This is we're waiting for him to say them.
Yeah, but I'm just before he did answer that before. And as an astronomer, his arguments were eclipses.
I don't really care. He's not answering them that way right now. So he's giving Jim Panda.
I'm aware of that.
Yeah, so we're only dealing with what he's saying now, at this moment in time. Follow? Thanks.
I didn't know that they were the rules, so I had no idea.
Brian, they're not, but they were specifically for your last comment, but they may change in the future.
I do know a number of reasons why. Going back to Aristotle and others we can put in there.
That was incongruent, and others we could put in. That was incongruent with your astronomy background. Made no damn sense, Danny.
Sometimes people say, well, we got pictures from space, but
that's all you got. Alleged pictures. Oh, am I in the middle of fucking speaking?
Yeah, but he just made me ejaculate a sentence out. I automatically pressed unmute and went, hold up, like, didn't matter. I was engaged there because we've just left Aristotle to pictures. Aristotle never had pictures from space. Why are we at pictures in space?
Superchat.
Well pictures from space. Thanks. Thank the Lord.
Booger didn't even do anything funny that time, huh? Platypus got an opportunity to visit and recreate the Black Swan soon due to a work-related trip to California. We'll keep y'all posted.
Okay.
Should be early July.
What would it matter? But thanks for the super chat. Doesn't matter. Black Swan's a Black Swan. It's over.
Yeah, but you see, you're such a Grinch, right? What you want to realize is that there should be a blue plaque set up on the bottom of those steps, right? And people should go there and have their pictures taken with the oil rigs in the background. And you start off with just you smiling when they're rising, and then you have to have other ones as you zoom in. And there's the oil rigs and your ear, a giant ear next to it. Yeah, so that should be a destination point for flat earthers, that place. Like it is. Look, somebody wants to go there and do that. It's better than the Bedford levels, I'd suggest, where there's a kink in the way stopping you. Look.
Well, what he needs.
Fuck, platypus. Because... I'm sorry. I was on mute because this mute button. I'll tell you what. I'm going to chop this mic up into little pieces. I'm going to pull an office space on this sumbitch. So what the hell was I saying when I interrupted Brian?
You were on about when we should crowdfund getting... Yeah, crowdfund buying a bed and breakfast place on the coast there.
Oh, I know.
So we can invite flat earthers for...
I know what I was saying.
Better than the Eiffel Tower.
Just relax. So, platypus, what I want you to do is, on that Black Swan video, at the bottom of the steps, we want a picture of you at the bottom of those steps. They should still be there. If you know what I'm talking about, you go back to BMLSP, the video, there's steps right there. And we want a picture of you standing there with the steps, and then turn around and take a picture of the oil rigs. All right. Brian, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, the mathematics for a globe Earth include a non-geometric horizon. So every horizon, according to the heliocentric paradigm, is not the geometric leading edge of the globe, and nor can it be. So I'm happy to see new photos, but not going to change anything.
How can you have a horizon on a globetard?
But you can't. That's, you know what I mean. That's the other side of it.
But that's I mean, you made a good point, but my point will trump that, right? First, explain. Yeah. No, describe. You're not going to be able to explain shit because you don't know what explanations are. So describe how you can have a friggin'... I can't describe how. Explain how you can have horizon on a globetard. We want to know. Because as soon as you open up your yak, I'm going to slope a dope your ass. You ain't gonna know whether to shit or wind your watch after that's done. I'll tell you that. What chapter is that again, Adam?
Slope a dope. Oh shit. It's gonna be
the Black Swan event.
7, 8.
8. Chapter 8. Ladies and gentlemen, it's chapter 8 in this book. It's Welcome to Flat Earth. It looks like it has a couple names on it. John Stunya and Adam Meakin. It's a beautiful photo. And where's it at? Amazon, Adam?
Yeah, I mean, it's not only a beautiful photo, it's got beautiful photos in it. And all of those are available at Amazon.com in both paperback and ebook right now.
And it has a flat earth proof right on the cover, by the way.
That's the Bolivian salt flats, yeah.
Thanks, Adam.
We've only been doing that for about 60 years. I think the belief the Earth is a globe goes back.
The belief that the Earth is a globe, what he just said is that the acceptance without evidence of a globe. That's what he just said. Every time he uses belief, because that's what belief means, just substitute the definition for the term. Acceptance without evidence. Speaking of terms, Adam, and defining them.
A lot earlier than that. Plus, and make note, I've been saying this for years, such photos could be faked.
They're not only fake. Oh, that's what I was saying before. That's all these ballers got. All the rest of this nonsense for all these years is just nonsensical background noise because all they got, you guessed it, alleged photos from a second law of thermodynamics violation. That's all they got. That's all this is. Actually.
That was telling today. So he's cited that as evidence, right? When I was talking with Lee, when Lee was talking to me, because he's wanting to show me all the things that prove. He's doing all of this and laughing at what the mainstream media present to us. Yeah, and that's sufficient for him. He knows he's being lied to, and this is the trouble that these guys have got. The Joe public know that the images that you say, well, they can't all be fake, but they all are fake, aren't they?
Yep.
And people look at them from the 60s onward. Everything, every bit has been fake. The Russian crap, I mean, that's hilariously fake. But this is what people, just Joe public, that don't have the detail of knowledge to be able to say for sure and without a doubt that the earth is flat. But honestly, so many people have got sufficient evidence for themselves to know that they're being lied to about heliocentrism.
Yep.
And there's a thirst, I think, for more knowledge, which actually, if you wanted that greater detail, you could get that at Amazon in both paperback and ebook. It's called Welcome to Flat Earth by John Stunney and Adam Meek.
I've been saying that for 30 and 40 years to people. So appealing to space photos is not probably the best approach to do this.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider it the best approach either.
Oh, dear.
Danny doesn't know what the second law of thermodynamics is.
But most people have never been taught. They've been, why we believe it's a globe. They've been taught facts and figures. That's much of education. Memorize this, memorize that, but you don't assimilate and put these things together and synthesize them. So when somebody comes along with a few clever arguments that they've never encountered before, the average person is totally unprepared.
So are you. Nathan Thompson proved that. So he's projecting.
Believe again. Why do they believe it's a globe? Yeah. I've got no problem. All right. There's no indictment if you believe it's a globe. I just want to show you the knowledge I've got so that you know it's flat.
Yep.
It's not about belief.
Yep.
There's nothing wrong with believing that, especially if you've not looked into it. Just believes it's a globe because that's what everybody tells me.
Danny's supposed to be an alleged scientist. I don't give a shit what scientists believe.
No.
I only care what they can show and demonstrate via experiment. That's what, when I look at a scientist, I'm looking for that. I'm not listening. I'm not waiting patiently for his beliefs in different things or his favorite colors or what his favorite fantasy football running back is. I could give a shit less. If I'm going to an actual scientist, I want him to not only make a claim and explain it via validated experiment because he's a scientist. You get it, Danny? No, he doesn't know what an experiment is. That's the problem.
No, we would say that's sticky with. This is not an attack. This is just a statement of fact. That experiment is not applicable to his field of expertise. There is no experiment in any of his qualifications. No experiment's ever been done. And I say it's not an indictment. It's just
fact.
A descriptor of the discipline he works in.
Yep.
He looks at things.
And then observe and declare. No experiments, no hypotheses. None. They told you back in the foreword of Copernicus on the heavenly spheres. Is that what it was? Who was that? I should have snatched that up. You know what I'm going to do?
Look for it.
Yeah, because I think it's good because they knew it way back then. What would I have that under? Let's just put Copernicus in there, huh? Copernicus. I think I got that right. Copernicus. Where would that be? Oh, there he is. Oh, I got it right here. Andreas Osiander. Where did I put that in here? Uh-oh. Maybe I was clever and put it right where astronomy is. Hold on a second, folks. Proof. But where'd you go? Did I? Yes, I did. Look at that. We might as well go over all of them. Shit. Astronomy and cosmology. And we'll get to Andreas Osiander in a second. From Jay Gunn, cited in Cho Adrian, Singular Conundrum, How Odd is Our Universe, from Science, one of the most prestigious science journals in the entire friggin' world. Cosmology may look like a science, but it isn't a science. A basic tenet of science is that you can do repeatable experiments. And you can't do that in cosmology. What about its little twisted sister, astronomy? Professor Nick Strobel, Bakersfield College. Unlike the other sciences, astronomy is entirely observational, like we needed him to tell us that. You cannot run experiments on things. You cannot manipulate the objects to see how they work. Duh. This is back from 1543, ladies and gentlemen. This is the foreword to On the Revolution of Heavenly Spheres by Copernicus. Listen to this. By Andreas Osiander. So far as hypotheses are concerned, let no one expect anything certain from astronomy, which cannot furnish it. They knew it. 1543, ladies and gentlemen. They knew astronomy was pseudoscience. They can't furnish it. They knew it back then. Lest he accept as the truth ideas conceived for another purpose and depart from this study a greater fool than when he entered it. That's an indictment. Ouch. Like, ouch.
That's exactly what we're banging on about. I didn't know. I don't remember that one, particularly the latter part of the statement. But it's much more eloquent, but it's the same message that we're presenting. And more importantly, like 500 years ago, these guys would have laughed at Danny if he'd have said, I'm a scientist because I look at the stars. No, they wouldn't. They'd have said, exactly that statement. You aren't, sir.
Exactly.
You can't validate a hypothesis.
They can't formulate one. Not validate it, they can't formulate
They can't furnish. They can't
furnish it, like he said. Exactly, you got it. Damn, Platzi is all over Adam.
Well, no, I think there's a recognition within the sphere of knowledge that astronomy and cosmology is that you fundamentally can't take that to experiment.
No, you can't. No. You can't formulate a valid scientific hypothesis long before you get to experiment. You can't get there.
If I was Star Master, I could.
No, you
see. If I was, no, I could play Stellar Pool.
Yeah, right.
But the point is, there's a reality.
I already gave the point.
It's what. Maybe take this as an additional, not a contention, to your point, because there are stages to the method. For me,
to the hypothesis method, there's 2 stages.
No, so the point I'm making is to view it.
It's not no.
Point, trigger monkey. So from my viewpoint, I wouldn't view it in that order. I would say it's the scientific method. I'm going to go to eventually to prove something. I'm going to have to end up with experiment before I worry about what any hypothesis is or could or couldn't be, or the futility of such a thing. I'm going to have to go to experiment to science the shit out of this.
Yeah, you will.
I know. And then anything, it's not even worth coming up with a really good sounding anything because I can never take it to experiment. It's impossible for me to science the stars, isn't it?
Yes.
That's my point. I can't apply it. So we get to the same conclusion. It's not a point of differentiation. Okay. It's just a different route to the same conclusion is what I'm saying.
I don't know why you need a different route.
Because mine's nicer. It's the the path I took.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah. Well, you keep that.
Well, it's QE's way or the highway, Adam.
Exactly. We'll find that out at the end.
My way has flowers and there's a little snack shop halfway where you can get refreshments. Yeah, you get refreshments.
Little incoherent garnishes.
Make friends. Relax.
Shut up.
to handle those. There are good
Irony
answers
by-
and good responses, but most people don't know them.
Like you, Danny.
Right. I'd agree. I mean, that certainly was my experience when I first came across it.
Your experience? I toasted your ass the first day I was out here. It was a massacre.
And I know when I speak to a lot of people from this side of the argument, they tell me that they've learned a lot from being in it, because most people, as you say, they don't know how to answer.
Yeah, we taught your dumbasses. Remember when you used to call me independent variable, John? And thought it was a pejorative? I was sitting back here laughing my ass off. I was like, keep calling me that. Keep going. Go ahead. Say it louder. Say it with some backbone. Clueless clowns, man.
These things. Even people who are quite familiar, I think, with physics and astronomy.
This has nothing to do with physics and astronomy. Astronomy is a pseudoscience, and the topic doesn't have anything to do with physics. Maybe subtopics, but the overall topic, it's a geometric one. Duh.
They'll get some things, but they won't be able to get them all, So, now it's common to hear flat earthers conflating flat earth ideas with geocentrism. What do you think about that?
Well, that's, again, another part of the problem as well. People did believe that
people did accept without evidence
the Earth was the center of the universe until about 4 centuries ago. In 1600, that was the dominant belief in the West.
That was the dominant acceptance without evidence in the West.
1700, virtually nobody in the West believed that anymore. They
didn't believe that. They didn't accept without evidence anymore.
They chucked the geocentrism in favor of heliocentrism.
Why?
The sun being the center, at least, of the solar system.
Pagan.
But sometimes people just confuse those two. They
I'm
think
going to have to object to that.
You're going to have to object. Go ahead, object. Objection, Your Honor.
As far as I'm aware now, pagans have never held the sun as the center of stuff. That's not a pagan.
You sure about that?
Viewpoint. Yeah, I would not. I've never seen any. See, there is recognition of the sun god. So the Irish and
damn Irish
stuff. That's part of the acceptance of Christianity. There's a sinner. The Son of God is part of it. But in all of that, the sun is still part of the movement of the heavens. There's no invocation in anything pagan that we're a bull.
Are you saying I'm going to have to support that claim?
I'm saying it was an unsupportable indictment to make the link.
All right, fair enough. It was a backhanded slight. I should be able to support that. I can't support that right now, but you can bet your ass right after the show's over. I'm going to go snatch that shit.
But pagan is an indictment of non-Christian. It's kind of its fundamental meaning.
I know.
Yeah. But pagan and not pagan doesn't mean all around.
I didn't say ball around. I was paganism. Parts of paganism worship the sun, Adam. Now, whether they thought it was at the center or not, that's a good point. They might have not. So I may be stuck here.
Well,
we'll find. What do you want, Brian?
I can tell you the Druids didn't worship the sun. They just to follow on from what Adam said, no, they didn't worship the sun. They just saw the sun in the daytime as the biggest representation of God.
We don't
There's no bigger representation.
We don't care about the Druids. Don't take it personally.
Well, no, just some facts. That's all. You know what I mean? If you don't want them,
just because that's your heritage, we're not trying to indict you. All right, this is a different topic.
I don't feel bad at all. I'm not like.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Like that. I'm just pointing out.
Yeah, you do.
No, I'm just adding in the like Well, do you want correct information or not? I mean, I know you want correct information.
I'm just going after what my claim. I have to support that claim. So after the show's over, I'm going to go. I'm not going to follow any druids or anything. I'm going to go out. I'm going to do some research on some pagans. That's what I'm going to do.
For the heathens and the deviants.
Yep.
You can't then, if you must go include the Druids if you're going to, well, not must, but if you're going to call, let's say, the Druids or the Irish, let's just say, before Christianity, pagans, then you have to then include the Druids, which will contradict.
Are all pagans Druids?
There'll be a whole heap of things.
Are all pagans Druids? Okay, I can solve this. Are all pagans Druids?
No.
No, that's
there you go. There you go. Thanks. Appreciate that. Can we move on now?
Copernicus invented the spherical Earth. That's not true, and he is the guy who reintroduced and gets the credit for reintroducing the heliocentric theory 500 years ago.
Not a scientific theory. Heliocentric. That's as far. Danny doesn't know what a scientific theory is, because when you say theory as a PhD astronomer, Danny, yeah, that's not colloquial. Okay. You don't know what a scientific theory is.
So that's a common mistake that people make, but
you just made a huge one.
Just a second. It would be true by anyone, whether they like it or not, or they want it to be true or not. If you say scientific theory, then you're not speaking colloquially.
Yep. He said theory, though. So I'm not giving him I'm not giving him an out. Follow? When he says
no, I thought he said scientific theory.
No, he didn't.
Either way, you're correct, because once he says that as a PhD astronomer, he has to only mean one thing.
Exactly.
Flat earthers seem to have latched onto that.
Flat Earth, that's a stereotype fallacy. Guess what's going to happen at the end?
That one really big. They're not the reintroduced the heliocentric theory 500 years ago.
I said, let's get the whole thing. Here we go.
He is the guy who reintroduced and gets the credit for reintroducing the heliocentric theory 500 years ago. So that's a common mistake that people make, but the flat earthers seem to have latched onto that one really big.
Stereotype fallacy, like I said before. What if we had latched onto?
Would that be a nascent reintroduction?
That would be a nascent. Yeah, it would be nascent. Yeah.
Reintroduction.
I'm hearing.
Yeah, a common mistake that people on our opposition side, like Danny, make is that Copernicus had anything to do with a globe Earth when there was no globe, provably, until Kepler. Until he's Anamima, there's no way to have a globe, if you understand it. Yeah.
Yep.
Mathematically.
Yep. Danny's a bit lost here. Making claims, stereotype claims about shit he doesn't even know about.
They're not the only people making that mistake, though.
Right.
Yeah, you are.
I mean, I hear.
Again, it's poor education, I think.
That's what the problem is. You pinpointed it. Thanks, Danny. You're poor education.
The problem there.
Right. Okay. Now, two early Christian flat earthers that you mentioned in your book were
Cosmas and Lactantius. Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much for saying those for me.
Now we can get those out of the way real fast. That was the idea that everybody thought the world was flat it was invented by some skeptics, some atheists and agnostics.
What?
So atheists thought the atheists thought the world was flat, Adam.
Has he got a Bible? Has he read it?
I don't think so.
That doesn't sound like it. If he's going to come up with the sheer imagination, irrespective of how Scripture describes things, we'll just come up with a bunch of atheists. In fact, they might have even been devil worshippers, baby eaters, even. They might have been the ones that invented first.
Yeah.
What's he on about?
I don't let's let him go.
It was invented by some skeptics, some atheists and agnostics who were wishing to attack attack the authority of Scripture
Democrats.
and undermine.
It reminds me of I don't know if you're muted.
Yeah, I am. Of course. Go ahead.
It reminds me of the way that Crit used to talk about how atheists used to be more skeptical than they are now, and now they've become the consensus these days instead of being as skeptical as, say, us.
All right. Well, we got atheists bringing up that the Earth is flat, according to Danny. Challenging. What's the last thing he said?
Gnostics who are wishing to attack the authority of Scripture and undermine Christianity.
The authority is good. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead, Adam.
Well, I mean, that's the bit that I just happily sit with Danny and let's read the scripture and let's see it's not direct. It never felt the need to be to address it, but it's clearly indicative. And more importantly, the way in which the words describe what's going on preclude certain possibilities. They make them impossible. That I would happily go through scripture with you. And I think that's part of the frustration of a lot of Christian flat earthers with their fellow flock. The words are clear, unfortunately.
Sure they are.
They're unambiguous and not applicable to a sphere, the way in which scripture describes it. Now, if you're going to say I'm a Bible-believing Christian, it really leaves you with either to ignore the Bible and don't say it and just put it, memory hole it, or do what Danny does, which is to pervert the text and say, no, it means this.
Yep.
And that's what's like a little egregious to me. I've got no problem with him memory holding it, but to pervert the text and say I'm a Christian is, I would say, egregious.
Yeah, not a little egregious. Highly egregious. And like I said, there's warnings in Scripture about doing such things. And they're not very good. Let me tell you that.
And their argument seemed to be, there in the 19th century, look, the church got the shape of the earth's...
Which church you talking about, Danny? Let's go back.
There in the 19th century, look, the church got the shape of the earth's the shape of the earth wrong. And here's
which church was that, Danny? Your next live stream, I wanted you to identify the church. Specifically, I'm already paused.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, yeah.
Don't be sorry, Adam. Don't be sorry, because
no.
Never ask him to pause. He'll complain about that. No, what you do, he'll complain.
He got me right. I misspoke. I meant right. Sometimes it's hard with these things. You think QE's on the thing. Now I've lost my point.
It's the church. It's the church. He said the church.
That was it. Exactly. Right. Yeah. So that's the straw man now. Now we've gone off. Now we're no longer dealing with scripture, are we? What scripture said. Which church? The First Presbyterian Church of Alabama? Or
First Baptist Church? No. We know what church he's talking about. The Catholic Church, right? Danny, you think the Catholic Church is the church in Scripture, Danny, don't you? Oh my God, dude!
And that's the distractor, isn't it? That's the refraction. That's the let's discuss this. No, let's just stay on point. We're only talking about Scripture. You can add a book or take a book away if you're Catholic, Protestant, and do your worst, whatever. You're not removing Genesis, right? So deal with it, yeah, and deal with that. This is disingenuous to me, you see, because what he can't do, yeah, Mr. Answers in Genesis, is deal with Genesis.
Yeah. Yep. Good point.
No.
Good.
That's in both the Catholics.
Well, I've heard him in the past, and I pointed out something with the help of Lassie, where he was incorrectly detailing Genesis. And I'm a Christian, and even I spotted what he was doing.
Go on, Danny.
Here's an opportunity to redeem yourself by getting in on the ground floor of Darwinism. And this
You're on mute.
I said, what? Getting on the ground? Who was getting in on the ground floor of Darwinism? Let's go back, get the whole thought.
the church got the shape of the earth's the shape of the earth wrong. And here's an opportunity to redeem yourself by getting in on the ground floor of Darwinism.
I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
How did the church get it wrong? What information, with whatever church it was, right? What information did they have to work on to guess the shape of the earth? They've got the Greeks, who apparently, according to Danny, are going, well, it's a sphere. It's a sphere. Yeah. And they've got a bit of Romans, these pagans who really don't give a shit as long as there's plenty of wine and moonlight. And a couple of upstanding states. And what else then? We've got the Egyptians. Well, that's unfortunate. And then we've got scripture. We've got the combined wisdom of the Old and New Testament. And that's what they're basing it on. Why is Danny indicting first, second, third, fourth, fifth century theologians when they're they're not biased like Danny. They haven't encountered somebody from Massachusetts astronomy department claiming it's a ball. There's no Yeah, he wants to. He has to. They got it wrong. That's really weird.
Where did Darwin? I'm trying to figure out where Darwin came into this.
Well, that's why I wanted to say that, because I didn't want to respond to that, because that's going to be another sidebar, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because we've done this. Now let's throw Darwin in, so you can't actually recognize the bullshit I've just thrown at you.
Yeah.
I'll throw Darwin in.
Let's see where. Let's go back.
Well, just a second. What he's not doing is he's not stating what the claim that would have to make to be the church getting it right. Well, what was the change that showed them that they were wrong? That would mean suddenly someone gave them the right answer. What he's not stating is it was Johannes Kepler. But they always bring up Copernicus and people before that, and they throw Kepler in there. But they don't want anyone really focusing on Kepler, because he's a bit of an embarrassment to them.
Yeah, but he's talking about, remember these flat earthers, these uprising revolutionists that were atheists, the point he was on, right? And now he's going into the church and acceptance, not the church acceptance of Darwin, but Darwin snuck in there. Let's go back another 5. I'll pull a J and a 5. Let's try to get this.
Christianity. And their arguments seem to be
So their arguments seem to be that's those two guys that he mentioned earlier, the revolutionists.
Seem to be. Yeah. Okay.
19th century. Look, the church got the shape of the earth's the shape of the earth wrong.
So that's what they're saying. The church got the shape of the earth wrong. These two guys. That's what they're saying, right, Danny?
They seem to be saying it. So that would imply that actually they don't categorically make that statement. I mean, to be fair, back then, you don't really want to argue with the Spanish Inquisition, do you?
No.
So probably very prudent to word it in such a way that when your nuts are on the rack, you might be able to mitigate for it. So, okay.
Let's get the full thought, Adam. Stop interrupting this. I'm going to go back. I'm going to let it play.
Of agnostics who are wishing to attack the authority of Scripture and undermine Christianity. And their arguments seem to be, there in the 19th century, look, the church got the shape of the earth's the shape of the earth wrong. And here's an opportunity to redeem yourself by getting in on the ground floor of Darwinism.
That doesn't make any damn sense.
I'm totally lost.
Me too.
Especially with the timeline he just strapped onto it.
Yeah.
I know what he's talking about. I know he's doing.
Before you give us your pearls of wisdom. Let me put what the fuck are you on about? Excuse my French. In terms of invoking Darwinism, which is evolution, whatever does that mean, right? With regards to the shape of the Earth. Where have we gone to? This is a mind fart. This is a rambling old man that hasn't got a salient point to make. So he lurches from one, and this is the one kind of woke leftist position of attack on people that actually do believe in scripture. So now he's invoking Darwin. Is he behind Darwin or against Darwin, Mr. Answers from Genesis?
It's answers in Genesis, not from Genesis. I don't know. So I don't know where he's going. Brian has pearls of wisdom here. How does evolution, Darwinism fit with it? I think Danny's trying to report on what these guys were saying and doing. That's what he's doing. So I don't know these two guys. It's pretty incoherent up to this point. But Brian, floor is yours.
Yeah. Do you know what he's doing?
No.
He's making shit up. That's what he's doing. Right? That's the end.
Well, it seems.
Go on, Francis.
Well, it seems to me like he's got it flipped because we say that heliocentrism and Darwinism, that mess is all connected at the lips. And he's trying to flip that around and say that flat Earth is connected to that, but there is no connection.
Yeah, but remember, he's reporting on these two bozos that he's talking about. So take that into account. It's not what he's saying. It's what Danny's saying. It's Danny saying what these two guys were saying. Okay? Keep that in mind.
And this this ploy actually worked very well. It converted a lot of churchmen over to belief in evolution, but it also...
What? I'm not getting it, dude. I'm just not getting it. This makes no sense to me. Go ahead.
Also changed our whole attitude about these things. And
who changed whose attitudes about these thingies? Who? What are you talking about?
And so to make their case, the skeptics brought up Cosmos and Lactantius, saying that they believe the Earth was...
So the skeptics now brought up this Lactantius and this other guy. This is a muddled composition you got going here, Danny. I mean, this is incoherent gibberish.
Flat, and indeed they did. And so to make their case, the skeptics brought up Cosmos and Lactantius, saying that they believe the Earth was flat, and indeed they did. However, these people are not well known. The only thing they're really known for is believing that the Earth was flat. Everybody else thought otherwise. Right. So they stayed on for that. If it weren't for that, we would have, who are they? Would be the response when their names are mentioned.
But we're doing that now. And to your story, it's nonsense.
If they're mentioned at all. They hardly represent the mainstream of Christianity. They're outliers in that respect. There are numerous examples.
I'm not sure what the point he's making, because, I mean, there's very little literature from the early first 6 centuries after Christ's crucifixion, yeah? There's not much. So if you've pulled two people that are actually talking about the Earth being flat in the very little stuff that's there, that we still don't really know, yeah, from what's there. But actually within that very limited bit, people are talking about the Earth being flat and discussing it. It's interesting that you would raise that as the way he's raising it. I would think, bloody hell, yeah, it's clearly a thing. And there's clearly a contradiction. Doesn't mean one thing or the other in the way he's indicting it. You can't say that that was an active conversation back in the day. And what, back in what day? So I've just quickly looked these guys up, John. So Lactantius, 250 to 325 AD. Yeah. Well, okay, so 250 years after it, and he lived his life, and there's a citation where he's arguing it or mentioning it. And then cosmos, and he's circa, this is always funny, yeah, but circa 550 AD. So 300 years later, there's another bloke mentioning it. This is nothing that you can cite. There's no rebuttal to their propositions, even if it is a proposition. This is really weak stuff.
Yep.
And the point is, from a historical point of view, how much of the Earth's a ball from that dating stuff have you got? It doesn't show anything to me, other than that people still thought back then. And when they couldn't demonstrate something to themselves, they all invented like the Pythagoreans, all sorts of things when people had time to think about stuff, they would consider stuff. But I don't see it as
it's a nothing burger.
Anything.
This is one.
Yeah, it really is.
This is one big nothing burger.
Other than
good.
Other than that, I mean,
hold on a second. This is one big nothing burger. How much time are we going to spend here?
It's not a nothing burger because I do think when you've got this historical stuff like that, it shows nothing more than we've not changed in all these years. It's still a point of contention. Yeah.
So
now it's not until we get to modern day. Listen, I'm nearly there. It's not until we get to modern day, and these guys didn't have that stuff, that we are able to say for sure and without a doubt the Earth is flat. And we can demonstrate with stuff that's actually in a recent publication. It's called Welcome to Flat Earth. It's available on Amazon in both paperback and ebook. Yeah. But until we get to that, what's the point? Man's always looked and not been able to know. We're still not able to go high enough to prove it. We're not allowed. But with all the data we've gathered available in that book, we can now actually demonstrate the point. So I don't see what Danny's point is, other than that man's always been intelligent enough to consider possibilities.
I would view it very different. I would view that these two guys possibly never existed. They're just thrown in there to allow people like Danny to hijack people like Aristotle and make claims about him being him and all the consensus back then were all ball earthers, even though there was no globe or heliocentric paradigm until Kepler 300 years ago. That's all it is. It's pure. Even back 2,000 years ago, there was a very few people that believed the Earth was flat because everyone else believed that there was a globe. You know, it's bullshit. That's all it is. It's like, no, Danny, none of that happened. I would call the existence of these few people out as being completely bogus. The whole lot is bullshit, and it's only there for people like you to hijack the name of people like Aristotle. That's all it is.
People within the
Imagine,
church
Brian, if 1,500 to 2,000 years ago YouTube was about. I'm not sure with this fluid timeline what he's actually presenting, but I would suggest there'd be absolute lunatics turning up on YouTube early AD going, I think the Earth's a ball. And they go, you absolute retard. Yeah. It will be the opposite, right? And even if it's either way round, my point still stands. It was a point of discussion. And the only thing you demonstrate is that there was humility there, that man wasn't able to prove it, that they were still objective and not you, where you're happy to go along with something even though you can't prove it. They still had standards.
Middle Ages, referring to the Earth's sphericity. So they're brought out as kind of the exhibit A to prove that the Bible somehow says the Earth is flat, but they're not good examples at all.
Right. Right. Can you comment on how modern flat earthers try to tie the flat Earth idea to earlier Christian beliefs?
Well, they try to argue that the church thought the Earth was flat. That
the church. Hold on a second. He said the church again. We're going to have you identify that specifically the next time you go live, Danny boy. Go ahead, Brian.
Just very quickly, just those two guys that are possibly made up.
Oh God.
He said, 1 second. He said they are that they're rolled out as Exhibit A for to say that people at one time back years ago that were connected to Christianity said that the earth was flat, but they're not really any good. He hasn't given any reason why they're not any good, even whether they existed or not. It's just like these guys were not really any good. Anyway, let's move on. Why then? Reasons. Do you know what I mean?
Buying the lie that was introduced in the 19th century, they try to argue that belief in evolution didn't start with.
So acceptance without evidence of evolution. Who are you talking about now?
Darwin. It started really with the geocentrism being kicked to the curb, and also a belief that the Earth was a sphere. They say that's the real root of the problem.
Who were they? Danny. What the hell are you even on about?
And then they try to argue in Scripture that
who are they? The modern. So we're in the modern flat earthers now. Okay.
That the Earth is flat, but you know, you'd think if the Bible teaches that the Earth is flat, there would be a verse somewhere that says something like, "Oh, the Earth is flat." But
yeah, there is one. You'd also think that the Bible, if the Lord thought it was a sphere or made a sphere, you would also think that well, the Earth is a sphere tart. Wouldn't you also think that, ipso facto? You dumbass cracker. You think this is a good point, Danny? Too many paint chips from the 70s. Hey, Danny? Listen at him.
Somewhere that says something like, "Oh, the Earth is flat."
Okie dokie. Can hook you up with that. Not that. Where are oh, at the top. You with me, Danny? Revelation 20, verse 9. And they went up on the breadth of the earth and compassed the camp of the saints about and the beloved city, and fire came down from God out of heaven and devoured them. Breadth, plateaus, Strong's Greek definition, G4114 from G4116, plateaus, spread out, flat, Danny. So, actually, they did say it. Now, can you show me where it says a sphere tard?
But there is such a verse
Yeah, there is. I just showed it to you.
Anywhere. People will.
It's right there in Revelation.
Take certain passages. They claim.
They take certain passages and do what?
200 plus 240 verses, and they will then put their own unique interpretation or spin.
That wasn't my own unique interpretation. That was Strong's Greek definition. G4114 from G4116. Danny. Clown.
Upon these things, on these verses. And I've examined all 200, 240 of them.
You have? Prove it. You haven't even got the number correct.
And they fall woefully short. You have.
Oh, they fall woefully short. So just a hand wave dismissal. What about the one I just showed?
To go with their understanding of what these verses mean, kind of read.
What? We already know what they mean. We had Strong's Greek definition. We know what it means. We just read it.
Read between the lines and fill it in.
You don't have to read between the lines. It says it.
So it's really not a good argument at all, I don't believe.
It's not a good argument, I don't believe.
Right. So I know that the sort of a lot of the arguments that we see now were from the revival in the 19th century with Robotham and Carpenter.
Right.
How do you think their ideas relate to the modern version of the idea?
well, they've been lifted entirely from them.
Really? Can you show in this book where Rowbottom's arguments are? Show one. Danny. You can't. You're a numpty dipshit. You're just pulling stuff out of your ass. But we still got Discord with us? You guys still out there?
Yeah, it's just we've reached that point in the night where when we say that and you get angry. So
No, I'm not getting angry. I'm not getting angry. You guys stop me. Now, I could have some nonverbal communication going on in the background.
Oh, I have no doubt about that.
One of the people who...
Go on.
And quite for two reasons. T's arrived, but also he's about to indict himself with his philosophy of how he views scripture, so I'm listening.
All right.
Really reintroduced this idea in the 21st century was Eric Dubay. And he, if you read his one book, the Flat Earth Conspiracy, that one is heavily redacted from Rowbottom and from Carpenter, but more so his other book on the subject, 200 Proofs the Earth is not a rotating globe. That was kind of an update, I think, supposed to be of Carpenter's book, but that's nearly the same title, 100 Proofs. So he just kind of doubled the number. If you go through that book, you'll find that he lifts word for word what Carpenter said. So the entire movement was started in the 21st century.
If he lifted almost entirely word for word, were the words true?
Yeah.
You forgot to speak to that. So you don't have a point here, Danny.
Borrowing heavily, particularly from those two sources, but a few others. And I do.
It's just like a form of character assassination where he speaks kind of down about Rowbottom and Carpenter and those, and then he uses that to further indict, dishonestly, Eric Dubay. Eric Dubay doesn't hide that fact at all, that he used the 100 proofs from William Carpenter.
Sure.
I think it's William Carpenter, and added to it. He never hid that. He never pretended any different. So, what kind of an indictment is this?
There is none. There's nothing there. It's substanceless.
You do see flat earthers
stereotype fallacy,
continually repeating arguments from Carpenter, Rowbottom. Also,
no, I don't. I never even read Carpenter or Rowbottom.
What?
Personally, I haven't even read those books. And I can tell you my flat earth proofs that I've had since 2016 when I tore your ass up, Danny. They're not from Carpenter or Rowbottom. They're from me. Go ahead, Adam.
No, just an aghast. Who's citing is Rowbottom in a book that's available called Welcome to Flat Earth? No, we don't cite Rowbottom. It's not part of the proofs.
No.
Yeah. No, that's really weird. The straw mans that he sets up to knock down, which aren't relevant to any of us, shows the strength of his argument.
Yeah, but this is how long ago? 6 years ago? Our book wasn't out then.
That's true, but still, he's going to say the same damn thing.
Yeah, but the thing is that this is something I pointed out before. What can happen is people can then start, like is happening now, not exactly, but up to a point here, but it has happened before, where people start dismissing Rowbottom. It's like, that doesn't mean Rowbottom was wrong, whether he used his arguments or not.
True.
Can you debunk these arguments, Danny? Oh, you can't. So that's all that matters.
Yeah, that's true. You're right on it. Exactly. We talked about that. Yes, I agree.
A few other names out there as well. David Wardlow Scott is another one that gets quoted quite a bit. So it's a
Really? I've never quoted him. And I'm a flat earther. That's why fallacies, particular stereotype fallacies, fall flat on their face like your book, Danny. You get it?
This is the modern equivalent of what he's talking about. You see the way there where you said, well, I've never quoted Wardlow Scott, can't remember the man's full name. Yeah, that's like someone saying that's a QE argument and to somebody when they bring up, can you know what I mean? Have gas pressure without a container or something like that. Do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, that's a QE argument. It's like, then that person is supposedly not able to use that argument or something. It's like, do you know what I mean? It's like, why should that person disown you to use that argument, or to just not use the argument because that means they're connected to you? Or why should you have to disown someone else from the 1800s?
There's a fallacy here. You know what he's doing? All he's doing right here. Yeah, genetic fallacies. That's all he's doing. That's all this is. Simple.
Rehash of 19th century ideas in many respects, and then a few things added on top of that.
Right. I should mention, I mean, I know you mentioned the Bedford Level experiment in your book.
It wasn't an experiment, but Danny thinks it is because he doesn't know what an experiment is.
And then you also talk about the Chicago skyline.
Ooh.
Was that an experiment?
We might be getting into some over 6 hour here.
You also talk about a flat Earth in relation to astronomy, in relation to physics.
The flat Earth in relation to physics. There is no relation to physics with flat. That's or globetard. There's no relation whatsoever. It's a geometric question. So you're in a category error, and astronomy doesn't actually deal with anything. It's a pseudoscience.
You talk about geocentrism. You talk about the NASA arguments.
Did he say NASA arguments?
It really is a very comprehensive debunk of flat Earth. I thought,
what's a comprehensive debunk of flat Earth? What?
What I thought made it unusual, I think more probably unique, is that you present these arguments from physics and astronomy.
There are no arguments from physics and astronomy. Astronomy is a pseudoscience, and this is not a physics topic. It's one of geometry.
But you also address these biblical arguments. I mean, very few people are
he train wrecks himself with biblical arguments.
Addressing the biblical arguments, but I don't think anyone is addressing the biblical arguments and doing the physics and astronomy. So
you're in two category errors that I identified, and Danny can't read scripture. He treats it like his own personal jungle gym. He'll probably do some of that in here.
Flatsy may agree, but men can't multitask. Danny, don't do it.
Well, thank you.
You mentioned a couple of your own observations and experiments that you did.
Oh, he's done experiments in geometry. Can't wait to hear these.
Did as part of your flat Earth refutation. So can you tell us about those?
Okay, well, I've observed many lunar eclipses. In fact, I include some photos.
Shout out to Brian.
I know. When the questioner starts the question with experiments, when you tell us about those, and the respondent goes, "Well, I've observed many things." It's not going well at this point, is it?
No, it's not. It's not. Give me a minute and a half. Go ahead, carry on.
No, I'm eating.
I want to grab something.
It's okay. I'll say something, and Flatsy will red herring away from that, and we'll end up with conversation.
Beautiful.
So I'm going to focus on the eclipse part. I'm not going to go into too much in it now because the stuff we'll want to say in a while. But eclipses, they're interesting to look at, and the solar eclipse, I did witness a full solar eclipse in 1999 myself. I remember it distinctly. And it was very strange, very strange. I have to say, it got weird there for about 15 minutes. It became nighttime all of a sudden almost, you know what I mean? But yeah, it wasn't exactly nighttime, but it was like nighttime, similar in some ways. What do you think, Flatty?
I'm wanting to know what your favorite color is.
It's changeable. It's subjective, depending on the day.
Yeah,
Black today, I think. Yesterday was.
yeah, I think that it's pretty weird for everyone to experience a solar eclipse. Yeah, it's pretty weird. Doesn't happen often.
Yeah, and what is it that eclipses the moon in a lunar eclipse? Because the last time I saw one of those, it wasn't fucking eclipsed. Sorry. Nothing occulted it. It just went a different color every fucking time. Sorry for land.
Relax.
No, that means it's not being eclipsed because it's not being occulted. Stupid.
What's got you so mad?
I just like, because I need to emphasize there's no such thing as a lunar eclipse. There's a total or semi, let's just say, solar eclipse. Lunar eclipses are bullshit. They're just made up to try and support some nonsense in heliocentrism.
Adam?
Lunar colorations, that happens. Go on, say some more stuff, Leslie.
I thought Adam wanted to say something.
He's eating. We need you. We need you now, Flatty. You. He's eating.
He's off mute. Adam.
He's standing. What? I'm eating.
Then go on mute.
I've unmuted so you can hear me eat.
I don't want to. Mic etiquette.
Muting.
Finally, you have to slip them backwards in your conversation abilities, Flatty, because you really did raise up to a B+. But today, let's say very recently, you've kind of gone back. You've gone back to the Fs. I have to say.
F minus.
Yeah, I'm not too close to it because I'm trying to pull some conversation out of the air, and I may as well be getting blood out of the stone.
You sure haven't needed any help thus far. Today has been all about you and Adam.
Is that an insult? Is that a cheap insult? Sounds to me like a cheap insult. Somebody is complaining because she didn't get her 50,000 words out.
I couldn't have even if I wanted to.
No,
you could have tried.
Pointing out who's put the effort in so far. I've got to carry on eating.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, Adam. So then we're back to that then, Flatty. When I say something, you go yes, or no, or maybe, and that's all I get.
It might be.
So then I have to say some other stuff. Yeah.
I don't know. I really don't know what to say. You guys have already covered everything that has to do with this guy.
But it doesn't have to be about him. We're trying to fill in dead air while QE's gone away, and you're doing your best to do as little as possible to help the situation. Adam is eating. There's only me and you. I can't do it on my own.
I think you're doing a fine job on your own.
Right. I know what you should do. That will get them both back on topic. Bring up druidic philosophy about the switch.
Yeah.
Good grief.
That was suddenly she'll stop wiping up. Yeah, for sure.
I'm back.
Yeah. Good.
Thank God. My God, it's don't leave me with Flatty again in that situation.
Was it insane?
I'm back to F minus.
Yeah.
Yes, it's insane.
All right, here we go.
Photos of a lunar eclipse I took back in January of last.
There's a lunar eclipse. Did you do science on the lunar eclipse? That's a cause and effect relationship, isn't it? Natural cause and effect relationship, lunar eclipses, solar eclipses, yes. So can you give me the hypothesis, Danny? I'd sure like to hear that. And then we'll laugh all the way to Christmas.
Last year, and that's one of the things that you can do for yourself. You see the shadow falling on the moon, and
you see a shadow falling on the moon. All right, that's the dependent variable. Then what? What's the cause of that?
Always.
Oh, you know what? He's gonna have to vary R, isn't he? God damn it! It's just gonna be trippy.
Can we define shadow, please?
Exactly. What shadow? Has anyone proven there's a shadow?
Am I back at a B?
C minus.
No, you're not back at a B. No, you're still down at the S. But what shadow? Has anyone shown a shadow on the moon? A shadow being cast across the moon? A moving shadow? I don't remember anyone showing a shadow. I remember discolorations. Red shadows? Have you seen yourself?
Oh, I'll concede that. I'll concede that that's actually the primary step. Yeah, shadow first. Prove that that's the thing you're going to investigate before you then try and vary the shadow it's going to cast. I agree. Yeah, it'd be prudent to investigate whether that is a shadow or just something else. Yeah, it'd be nice before you go. No, seriously, before you go to all the effort of increasing the radius of Earth to scientifically prove that.
I agree, Brian. Good point.
It's never any other shape. And the only shape that will produce a round shadow is a sphere, regardless of where.
Was that a round shadow? Let's see it.
It's the only shape that will produce a round shadow. Okay.
I don't think so. I think I seen a video of somebody using a 2x4 or part of a 2x4 and then shining it on an orange. Have a light between the orange and the 2x4, and guess what shape the shadow was?
Yeah, curved. The surface is curved.
Yeah, because the surface of the orange is curved. Yes?
Exactly.
You're a real clown, Danny.
Orientation. For me, last year, the eclipse happened at midnight, so if the Earth were round and flat, it could make a
round and flat. Then what would happen?
Circular shadow. But a friend of mine happened to be Hawaii at the same time, watching it at sunset. And the circular, a flat, round Earth would not cast a circular.
That makes all the difference in the world. You should have told me. Damn. You're an ass clown, dude. It's irrelevant what your boyfriend did, okay? This is a natural cause and effect relationship. First, like Brian said, you're going to have to prove that it's a shadow. And then after that, you're going to have to develop a hypothesis with an independent and dependent variable for your experiment. We want to see that. Because we're going to get our popcorn out and some sodas, maybe harder drinks for others, and we're going to laugh our asses off at you. Okay? All right, Danny?
A shadow for him, yet it was. Now, of course, the flat earthers have a response to this. They
stereotype fallacy. What's their response?
Deny that that's what's causing an eclipse.
Yeah, deny. We can't deny something that hasn't had the modicum of validity yet. You can't do that. You have to have some modicum of validity of the cause, like you said. Cause and effect relationships, Danny. You need experimental validation first before anyone denies anything. You know, all you've got is a just so story, Danny. You know what those are? Yep. A fairy tale fictional narrative that you just pull out of your ass. Yeah? You bonehead.
They say that that's not the Earth's shadow falling on the moon. So I asked them.
Yes, it's not the Earth's shadow. It's a negative claim. We're saying collectively that it's not the Earth that's producing said shadow. That's exactly what we're saying. Yeah, we have the negative claim. You have the positive claim. The onus is on you to prove your claim now.
They say that that's not the Earth's shadow falling on the moon. So I asked them, well, what causes the...
What is this, a question? Prof, Danny. That's the question that's put to you. What causes it? You have to prove that, Danny. You ignoramus?
An eclipse, a lunar eclipse.
Yeah.
Your sister.
It's a reversal of the burden of proof. Classic, isn't it? So what causes it? You know what I mean? It's like, that's you're supposed to be coming up with this, not me. You're the one claiming it. You know what I mean?
Yep. That they go hand in hand, proving non-existence, and then shortly thereafter, like in a Planck time, here comes the reversal of burden of proof. Both fallacies, Danny. Yep.
And they don't have an answer.
Why should we have... You're the one making the claim, Danny. Why should we be answering your claim? Are you retarded?
Yeah, Danny, I don't know why the moon goes red sometimes, and sometimes it goes blue and other colours. I have absolutely no idea, and I know you don't either. But
Precisely.
the difference between me and you, Danny, is I don't make up a heap of shit and pump it out there as if I do know.
Yep. And then call it science.
Yeah.
But he's an ass clown.
And they don't seem to be curious about what causes them. They
Neither do you.
It's the most instinct.
Did you like that? You finally got it.
Because it was I couldn't get off mute fast enough. Neither do you. Yeah, exactly. Because he's not coming up with any bloody causes either that he's proven.
Doesn't seem that he's too excited about it either. That's my point.
They say, I don't know and I don't really care, but I don't know what causes an eclipse, but I
Yeah, neither do you.
know what doesn't cause an eclipse.
You know what doesn't cause? Why would they say that?
This is not a defense of him, his demonstration. There's no demonstration from him. It's just an attack at us for not just instantly believing that eclipses are caused by the shadow of a ball Earth. That's all he's. That's not an argument to convince me that it is caused by the shadow of a ball Earth. It's just to say to me, well, if you can't come up with a better Just So story, well, I must be right then.
Yeah, exactly. You got it.
Yeah. It's not incumbent upon me to come up with a better story or a weaker story so you can go, aha, my story's better. Therefore, I'm right.
Yes, exactly. You're all over it, Adam. Exactly.
It's they play a contest of who has the most refined bullshit. That's what they play. Yeah.
Who has the most articulate bullshit?
That's probably why they get so frustrated that when they say flat earthers don't make any claims.
I make claims all the time.
Yeah, I know, but that's what they'll say. They'll say that we don't make any.
Are they retarded?
What about the Earth is flat? There's one.
There's one.
Yeah. That's not their idea of a claim.
Well, it's not a claim. It's just it's the objective truth.
And that's kind of a weird way of looking at the world. I've also traveled.
It's kind of a weird way of looking at the world. What? Not to prove your claims, your positive claims, Danny. You've lost the plot. This clown has lost the plot, dude. I mean, even at a second grade retard level, they'd be laughing at him.
Quite a bit, and as I do, the stars.
It is ironic. He said it's a weird way of looking at the world, and everything he's talking about is not the world. Everything he's talking about is the moon, the sun, the stars. Nothing is the world. That's a weird way of looking at the world, Danny. Not looking at it.
Not looking at it.
It's a pure dogmatic approach because he has to have these just so stories about things that he can't test, that he can only observe in the sky.
That's retarded.
Way of looking at the world. I've also traveled quite a bit, and as I do, the stars, as I travel northward, in the northern part of the sky get higher. The stars in the southern part of the sky get lower, and even.
That's astonishing.
Hold on. No, because if he's just revealed that fundamental truth, he must be telling the truth with the rest of the shit that's about to fall out his mouth. I mean, jeez. When I wake up in the morning, the sun is rising. When I go to bed in the evening, the sun's setting. Therefore, I know all about astronomy because I've witnessed that. I mean, that's what he just did.
It's just a lack of it's just a lack of respect on your part towards a PhD in astronomy.
No, I've got one question for his PhD in astronomy. How do you define higher and lower? What methodology do you employ to define that those stars are higher and lower as you traverse between north and south? What methodology? Would it be a elevation angle to those stars?
Yes.
I'm going to slap your ass flat.
No, you don't. No, you don't. As soon as he says yes, welcome to Flat Earth. It's all over.
Exactly.
Yep. By the way, that's the title of our new book.
Well, I've pointed out that that's available at Amazon in both paperback and ebook.
Disappear.
And on Kindle.
I was in
Thanks.
Scotland 15 months ago.
Did you visit Dell? You wouldn't have made it here if you did.
And,
Your man crush.
In Edinburgh, and the North Star, which is near the North Celestial Pole, was almost 2/3 the way up, almost 60 degrees above the.
60 degrees, you say? Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. Yeah, that would be a latitude.
Thank you very much, Danny. You poor dumb bastard. Welcome to Flat Earth.
The horizontal, where I live here.
Whoa. That's a full J. That's a full J right there. All right, here we go.
15 months ago, and up in Edinburgh, and the North Star, which is near the North Celestial Pole, was almost 2/3 the way up, almost 60 degrees above the horizontal.
Welcome to Flat Earth Squared.
Just flat smacked himself.
Brilliant. Oh, dear.
Well done, Daddy.
Yes.
Oh, boy. That was a nice one, wasn't it? I love it when that happens.
Where I live here in Kentucky, it's a little less than 40 degrees, not even.
Welcome to Flat Earth again, Danny.
Halfway up. A few months after that, I was in South Florida, and the North Star was very low in the sky. And a month later, in March of last
So you put halfway up to what? To 90 degrees, Danny. You're not going to have that. With a
Yep. Sorry about that. I hit it by mistake.
No worries, I was finished.
All right.
I can let him have higher in the sky, okay? Not whatever that proves for his point. But the second he invokes degrees, he's screwed. And he also related it to a horizontal, which is just, thank you, Danny. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah.
You can't see the North Star at all from there, but there are plenty of stars down there you can't see from here. Now,
that's amazing.
Makes no sense on a.
Makes no sense. Define sense.
Pause. Down
there
where?
are 100 cents in a dollar.
Good, Brian.
Yeah, he said down there. Down where, Danny? Because you've just proven that you didn't go up or down anywhere. You know what I mean? Down there would be across the flat plane that you've been measuring.
Yep. Down where, Danny? Down.
Isn't down on a ball closer to the center of the ball?
No, you can't have down on the ball.
You can, but the only way you can define it is to descend down the R. I'm going down the R to the center. That's down, because down is always relative to the center in their world. So they can have it, but the implication is that it's not relevant to any other place ever.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, but that's why it's not. That's why they can't have it. Because
my point being, nearly. I was. The direction of down, if you were to invoke it on a sphere, on the surface, it only relates to descending to the center of the sphere. It has nothing to do with the surface and traversement as he's invoked it as. Down only means to tunnel, down, straight down.
Yeah, but straight down would be different straight downs for everyone. So
exactly, they're not commensurate downs. They're not equivalent directions.
Exactly.
They're absolutely, each one is different. But you can invoke it locally, but all you can invoke is to go to the center of your ball, which means it's not commensurate with any other down.
Yeah, so it rules out that down.
Yeah, that's why I go against them ever having a down or an up.
Yeah, they can't.
Because someone that's 180 degrees from your down, like their down will be your up, and your down will be their up. So there's no consistency. It doesn't work.
Yeah, it's a double whammy. It's a double whammy, Adam. You wouldn't even have to be 180 degrees. I could be 30 miles, 10 miles, 5 miles away. It's over. 2 miles, 1 mile.
You can be 1 inch. It won't make any difference. It's the same thing.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? It's just that down then is a different down. It is Adam's point, but that's why I can't give them down or up, because there is no consistency to it.
I'm a generous man, Brian. I am. And I'll let them have it.
Up is a little bit.
I will hold them.
Go ahead, finish up.
I was just saying, I'm a generous man. I'll let them have their down, but I'll hold them to the implications of their down on their ball. You can invoke that term, that colloquial term. Let's see how it applies to your ball. Well, that's useless then, isn't it?
Up is a more dangerous position for them.
The point is down actually has a useful term. It's relative. It's the same direction to us always when we're hanging wallpaper, even on a really long wall. But in reality, you see, down means something, and it's relative. Whether I'm on sheet 1 or sheet 500 of the wallpaper laying, it's the same direction, unless I'm on a ball. Because even sheet 2, as Brian alluded to, is a different direction.
That would be a different direction, exactly.
But it's exactly what you expect to see if the Earth is a sphere.
Stuttering fool is a sphere. Why?
Is a globe.
Sphere, globe. Oh, I didn't know there was a globe from a sphere. Why?
And I think
not and. We're looking for cowbell, Danny. You have to support what you say. That in that sort of vein.
The aspects of the sky is one of the best arguments one can make for the Earth being a sphere.
Yeah.
Listen to that. Brian, you said it earlier. He's looking up and not looking at the thing he's describing. And he's just said, one of the best ways to describe the thing that I'm looking at is to go 180 degrees away from it and look at something else. Apply that to any other point in reality.
Yeah, well, it's like talking about a car and then pointing to a banana. It is a joke. And it wouldn't mind only as soon as they have to describe the positions of these celestial bodies in relation to the Earth that he's not looking at. He has to measure the Earth as being a flat plane.
The funniest part is that he just flat smacked himself with the horizontal. So this is happening right after that.
Yeah, this is ripe. This is a target-rich environment. We could go on and on with this one, right? Well, I can describe.
Absolutely.
We should, right? So I can describe barracudas. I just look up in the sky.
I often find fascination with the sea, and I often find the best way to go and satisfy my curiosity and observe the sea is to go all the way to a high cliff, look out to the sea, then turn around and just look at land. And it gives me a great perspective on the sea.
I told you I take my wife out to dinner, right? And before we go in there, we go to the museum, right? So we're going to the museum. I got to watch out for her because she's got old skiing injury from those damn moguls. Almost got me, but I digress. And she's got to watch out whether the floor be level or sloped. She's got to be careful. So I go in there, and what I do is I look at the ceiling. I say, just wait there, honey. I go in there, and I recon the ceiling, and I check everything out, and then if everything's okay, I tell her, it's okay. You can come in.
Based on the position of the line, honey, there's no slopes or disabled ramps. It's just a flat floor.
I think that would be about enough. Let's continue.
The problem is most people are very ignorant of all these things. They have
that, like you.
No idea what I'm talking about.
You can only agree with that.
But any amateur astronomer that knows much at all about this.
An amateur pseudoscientist. That's what we need. You hear him? Here we go.
No idea what I'm talking about for the most part. But any amateur astronomer that knows much at all.
An amateur astronomer? Yes. An amateur pseudoscientist could figure this out, right, Danny?
About the sky will know exactly what I'm talking about. This just screams the Earth is a globe.
It's screaming, all right.
Look at the elevation angle of this luminary change over time. From 80 to 60 and then 50 and then disappear into the right. That just proves that I'm standing on a ball.
Yeah.
What are you on about?
He doesn't know.
Those are the kind of experiments I've done.
Just before you go on, this is his pitch, right? So unlike our book, where if we make a claim, we're going to back it up and it'll be supported, not by us, not by conjecture, but by fact. Yeah? This is his pitch, and this is what he's saying. Yeah. So apparently now the heavens scream globe. That's what you should believe. Look up at the stars tonight, and what did he say? They go, oh, stop screaming at me. Stop screaming globe. Oh, all the time. What are you on about, mate? But that's his actual pitch. This is his moment to prove why we're retards with his UK buddy, Panda. But there isn't anything in it. There's no, as you would say, no cowbell, is there? It's devoid. It's not even a clacker. There's no bell, there's no clacker. There's no cow, even, if I'm being honest.
There's no cow.
Yeah.
Evening and afternoon, everyone.
Oh, what's up, man? Shut up, Brian. We're saying hello to our new guest.
That's what I did.
You guys are doing Danny Faulkner. I have a special amount of disdain for Danny Faulkner, but I'm glad you're doing this. So,
welcome to the club.
Yeah.
Talking about this just screams the Earth is a globe. Those are the kind of experiments I've done. I've also
Whoa. Looking at the sky is the experiments that you've done, Danny? I don't think you know what an experiment is. I'm just shooting in the dark. You're an ass clown, dude. You'd fail intro to third grade general science, sir.
Done some others. I took some photographs of.
He did other experiments. He took some photographs at him.
I mean that's like embarrassing. That's like super science. That's not just science, is it? Taking photographs.
I've also done some others. I took some photographs of a departing cargo ship about 3 years ago.
Sounds like an experiment to me.
Nice. I've took pictures of a bus leaving to go to Aberdeen once. Is that relevant?
You up for a Nobel Peace Prize in science?
I'm thinking there's a chance by the sounds of things.
That Nobel Peace Prize in science from them Globetrot goobers back in the day, I just can't. Every time I hear Nobel Prize, I'm thinking Nobel Peace Prize in science. They freaking Oh boy.
It was a Virginia beach in November. It was a cold autumn day. The water temperature was about a dozen degrees warmer than the air temperatures.
What the hell does that mean? Were you looking through the water?
He could have been bathing.
What the hell is that relevant to, Danny?
A very raw day. Not the kind of day you want to go to the beach.
Say again?
Yeah, this is connected to Danny about to add in over 6 hours of some kind into his observation. And that'll be his experiment.
Oh, boy.
Now, Brian, that's a step too far first. What's he going to invoke? Via the temperature gradient. he's so weak. But go on, Danny. It was cool. It was warmer in the water that day. Carry on. Refraction, you're about to say.
Were they horizontal temperature gradients, Danny?
You already ruined it.
Just wait till I hit play and then start talking.
That's the best way I find for a smooth production. I said you already ruined it because you said, "Were you looking through the water, Danny?" It was that is the killer at the beginning. But let him invoke refraction.
Day, not the kind of day you want to go to the beach. I had a telescope with a 1400 millimeter focal length on it, and that beats, by the way, the P900 and P1000. It's got.
Wow, you got the Q36 explosive space modulator.
What does a space modulator do? Does it allow you to see over hills, or just magnify shit that's in front of you already? Just out of curiosity, when you put that modulator on, what it does.
You can see. You can
what
see.
I would say is
he was asking me. Was that rhetorical?
Well, maybe, but maybe I just threw it out for the panel.
Oh, I'm just saying the Q30, specifically with the Q36 explosive space modulator. When you look through that, you can see ethers.
But does the ether bend?
What's ether?
Oh, that's a very... What is that, with an A-E or an E?
Yeah, exactly. Go ahead, Brian.
Well, just want to say that for a lot of people, maybe it wouldn't be obvious. But for me, Danny, a few minutes ago, gave himself away. Because he started complaining about, it's not the kind of day you want to be on the beach. And Danny, why are you there on that specific day?
I was thinking that same thing when he said that.
Yeah, why would you be there when I know the temperature of the water? That'd be all the water, according to Danny. And know all these different details. Why would you go there on this day and do this? It's nearly like you're trying to set something up, Danny. Do you know what I mean? I've come across every one of their tricks and their nonsense in the past 11 years that they do. Like, before the Black Swan, that is. After Black Swan was different, but before the Black Swan, the amount of nonsense they did to try and get something, a foggy day, anything, to try and make something look like Earth curve in a photograph was ridiculous. And that's all Danny's talking about there.
2.5 times the focal length they have, so don't tell me I'm using the wrong equipment. And I took these photographs of this cargo ship, and as it sailed out out of port, out to the Atlantic Ocean, the hull progressively disappeared. The hull was completely gone, and then eventually.
Oh my God! Really?
Would you expect it to disappear from the top down, Danny?
I mean, that would be the flat earthers' explanation, wouldn't it?
It kept on getting further and further away, Danny. Or is he appealing to perspective? What, did the boat get smaller, Danny? Because if that boat got smaller as it moved further and further away from you, welcome to Flat Earth, Danny Faulkner. Because you, as a globetard, can't appeal to perspective that is angular size change with distance, sir. But let me guess. It goes into some quite some detail in if I'm not mistaken, chapter 11 in this book right here, Welcome to Flat Earth. It's on YouTube right now. Adam?
No, I literally just stood up. I stood up to grab the book. This Bryanonian concept is put at the end because it's not of our bequest, but it's a consequence of their claims.
Yep.
And they deny one or the other, and we just make this proposition to them, but it's quite pertinent. But that's the reality. They deny perspectives. They can't have it both ways. It's either Earth curvy. If it is, as it went away, it's falling over the hill, as you describe, or perspective exists. Or maybe it's a combination of both. I'll leave you guys to and refer you to just QSS chapter 11 of Welcome to Flat Earth, available Amazon on both ebook and paperback.
Shout out to Brian.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank my mom for having me. No, I pointed this out in 2017. Brian just drove the silver dagger through your heart, and it's a silver dagger. Make no mistake about it. In chapter 11. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, well, you don't even have to really go into that because if you think about the time when this has come out 6 years ago, it's only a few days after the Black Swan. So what he's about to invoke is a globe's geometric edge that it's not even in their own mathematics.
Listen,
you know what I mean?
I just took some liberties in the knowing that he thinks that boat's getting smaller. I took a liberty with that because that's what he's going to say that, right? So yeah, I did take a liberty and go off down that trail. But the point is, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you're a globetard, you must deny perspective. That is shit shrinking with distance. McFly. No one uses this argument. I don't know why. It's one of the easiest arguments to just utterly destroy them. If you'd buy this book that's up on screen right now, and go to chapter 11, it is detailed. 1, 2, 3, A, B, C. Just FYI.
Eventually, all the rows of cargo containers disappeared. All was left at the end was the bridge castle. I had to stop because it was approaching sunset and I was losing light terribly.
And why was that? Why did that happen? That sounds like an effect. This sounds like a natural cause and effect relationship to me. Do you know that we have this thing in natural science? It's called the scientific method that adjudicates natural cause and effect relationships, Danny. Did you know that? I bet you didn't. Blue sniffer.
But the thing was disappearing Paul first.
And why was that, Danny?
It's important you do these experiments when there's...
This is an experiment.
Yeah, if I could just point out something. Besides this not being an experiment, Danny, this is something I pointed out some years ago in a video, that it's lateral. There's that word, lateral disappearance, right, from the bottom up. You never, ever witness, right, the back of the ship and the tip of the top of the sail or whatever, right, basically nearly disappearing simultaneously. Because that's what you'd have to witness if they were going over a curve. You wouldn't witness lateral disappearance from the bottom up. Right, if they were sailing over a curved surface. That's not what you would witness. You would witness the bow disappearing first, and the last thing you would see would be a part of the stern, and then the very tip of the top of the ship or the sail. That's what you're going to see. You're not going to see lateral disappearance from the bottom up. That can't happen on a curved surface.
Well, Danny, and also Danny didn't give us any pedigree information here. He just said, I was here, that was there, the water temperature was this was this, not how high he was, how far the boat was, nothing. This is just one big nothing burger of nonsense. There's nothing here. It's nothing.
It's the ultimate nothing burger. Sorry.
Yeah, it's an ultimate nothing burger and contradictory on a number of fronts, like I already said, with natural science and the scientific method perspective, that is angular size change with distance. We haven't even brought up the Rayleigh criterion. So we'd have no distances, right? So we just don't know. So one big nothing burger. Thank you, Danny.
Can I be an astronomer? Because I look at stuff all the time. I guess, is that about all I need to do?
It really depends what you're looking at all the time.
Apparently, yeah, you can do whatever you want as long as you can observe something. I mean, infants that are not blind, they're scientists, according to Danny.
Wow.
They are. They could just wake up, and as soon as they open up their eyes, boom, they observe something, and they just make shit up. Do you think, Danny, do you think that he's overcome object permanence yet?
Not a temperature.
What do you mean by object permanence?
Say again.
Isn't that Piaget's dolls?
I don't know. Maybe in England.
Yeah, it's like, there's the dolly. I move the dolly behind the wall. Does the child think the dolly has disappeared, or does it just think it's gone behind the wall? That object permanence, even if it's not in, that's object permanence, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm glad we devoted. I'm glad we devoted some time to that.
So you
triggered me. And you throw up shit that I had to recite in A-level psychology from so long ago. It has a mind fart. I apologize for the mind fart.
It's important you do these experiments when there's not a temperature inversion, so you don't.
He still thinks it's an experiment, and now he's got a temperature inversion. Danny, can you put temperature in a jar and paint it red for everyone?
Could you invert it after you've done that?
Yes. And when you
what does that mean?
I don't. We have to ask him. Danny, are the temperature inversion, is that horizontal? Is that a temperature inversion gradient horizontally?
Don't get a superior mirage. It's a mistake.
Superior mirage, huh? Yeah. I think you need to talk to DJ, dumbfuck. You'll get D-jumped. Watch out.
That flat earthers make again and again.
Again and again and again. These flat earthers with a stereotype fallacy. What mistake are we making there, Danny?
Another experiment I've done.
He really didn't go into it. Another experiment that he doesn't know what an experiment is. What you do now?
This one time at band camp.
This one time at band camp.
What Danny's doing is people like Danny allow people, let's just say, who aren't PhD astronomers. It could be like, say, Jim Panda, someone that like who's just a YouTuber or something, allows them to call anything an experiment. And if someone argues with him, they'll get Danny to say, yes, it is an experiment, whatever the hell it is. Do you know what I mean? And I'm a PhD astronomer. That's what Danny does. Danny and people like him, they allow people to call things experiments when they're not.
He's an enabler. He's a retard. Pseudo-science enabler.
Yep.
Done actually several experiments, extensive.
Now he's done it. Several experiments now, everybody. Okay.
Thank you.
Is looking at the light of the moon. One of the
I paused. I was thinking, what does that mean? Several extent. Is that like multiple photos from a wide angle viewpoint?
Yeah, but the KZ 490, with the 190 focal length, blah blah blah.
Yeah. And not many people have got that, so don't tell me I've not got the right equipment.
That's right. Let's take that back. It's pretty funny. There we go.
The mirage, it's a mistake that flat earthers make again and again. Another experiment I've done, actually several experiments extensively, is looking at the light of the moon. One of the
That's just great. It just cracks me up, man. That's when I do experiment. Yeah, I bet you an infant can look at the light of the moon. Must be a scientist then.
Claims about this goes back to Rowbottom. They claim
Rowbottom
that the light of the moon.
Who are they?
Is cooling. You know, things left in moonlight are at lower temperature, and I've seen all these experiments done on the internet.
You haven't seen any experiments. You wouldn't be able to identify one even if I showed you one.
And many of them,
I'm on board with that postulation, but how would I have done an experiment? Even when I put out there my observations, I never claimed experiment. This is the trouble, you see. Even like back in the day when I was a bit more hippie or less focused on what flat Earth was, because there's stuff like this moonlight stuff coming up.
Yep.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with flat Earth. Yeah, me and my inquisitive mind, I set out to do it. It's out there on Iron Realm, but I'm very thorough in my observations. But in all of my reporting, I never claimed I was doing an experiment. And I don't know whether it's before or after I met you, QE, but even then I knew I wasn't experimenting. Do you know what I mean? So
it was
this guy.
It was before. You were doing that before.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you just showed me my ass. What do you mean?
Yeah, but you were. Yeah, but you didn't claim it was an experiment. I remember you doing them.
Yeah, you were right to do that. I mean, you did a great job on it.
Yeah, I thought you did good.
Total demonstration, and I saw Mark Sargent doing the same and others. You know what ballers used to say? The reason it's warmer in the shade is because it's been insulated by whatever is creating the shade, right? Now, I know Adam dealt with that anyway. It's like, so is it being insulated in the sunlight? Because based off that logic, it should be warmer in the shade and the sunlight.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Can we move on? Thanks.
I can see what they're doing wrong. Others, it's so dark. I can't make out what they're doing wrong. But
I won't get into the topic, QE, but it is funny if you look at the journey we've been on. And these were topics we investigated, looked at.
No, you, not we. There is no French in here. Not we, you.
Us.
Not us.
Maybe.
Not us either.
Brian, he's inquired enough to poo-poo it. So we know it's in his zeitgeist. It doesn't matter.
In his zeitgeist.
That's...
I've developed 3 different experiments.
We're all out to talk about it, Adam.
Jesus Christ! Shut the fuck up!
It's like 1960s when you meet a German. Don't mention the war. Yeah? Don't mention the moon. As a flat earther who knows his shit now, don't mention the moonlight. Don't mention the moonlight. And fuck off giant trees and all, because they're annoying.
What they're doing wrong. Others, it's so dark. I can't make out what they're doing.
I know it's
wrong,
not with QE because there's no claim on the video. You can't hear him talking.
You fucking start speaking. You start speaking. The next time I hit this video, I'm gonna mute your ass.
No, it's not. It's not playing for us.
It's not.
Because you dropped it for a second.
Really?
Yeah, you gotta stop sharing and share again.
It's not sharing at all. I just share again. That's strange. That never happened before.
The screen is sharing, but there's no. It's like what you're seeing, we're not seeing. Now there seems to be something different.
How about now? You good now? Okay, my fault. I wouldn't mute you anyway, Brian.
I know.
It's so dark. I can't make.
Not yet.
He'd tell me to, and then I'd just laugh.
Shut the fuck up.
Doing wrong, but I've developed 3 different experiments that I've done repeatedly. One of them about.
Now he's done 3 different experiments that he's done repeatedly. Can't wait to hear these.
40 times, and the others.
Now he did them 40 times.
A bit less than that. And I find consistently the moon's light is not cooling at all. It's not.
My God, we're still on this shit. No comment. Just let him go.
Heating either. It doesn't really change anything. And this is one of those things I've done extensive testing of on my own. So I do these experiments on my own. I've done many.
They're not experiments, Danny. You'd fail intro to third grade general science. You've already sacrificed your science acumen on the second grade retard altar way back here. Back in this vicinity.
Just
what?
Just to I think we should say it. I call BS on this. He has has he shown anything? Do you know what I mean?
Has he,
I don't remember anything video.
Has he shown his non-experiments? No, he hasn't.
Yeah.
Many others. Those are some of the ones that come to mind readily.
Cool. So, sticking with astronomy, how do we know?
Sticking with pseudoscience, how do we know
the Earth is orbiting the sun?
This is going to be good. That's a tough one. Why would it be tough? Surely it's a foundational principle, not a tough one. Should be a piece of piss.
I don't know where he's going with this. Let's check it.
How do we know the Earth is orbiting the sun?
Oh, that's a tough one. People accepted the heliocentric model 400 years ago in the 17th century without.
Why did they accept it? If it was science, you don't accept it. It's just, that's what it is. Experimentally validated there, Danny.
Any direct proof of it at the.
Did he say there's not any direct proof? Hold on.
Yeah.
Let's, I pulled the J for you, Adam.
Oh, that's a tough one. People accepted the heliocentric model 400 years ago in the 17th century without any direct proof of it.
There you go.
Why would you do that? How stupid were people in the 17th century? They accepted things without any direct proof, even though, listen to his claim, it's nonsensical.
Yep.
Why were 17th century? Where are we talking? The birth of Newton? So people were that stupid. Let me example somebody who was born around that time. Oh, Newton. He was obviously stupid. Yeah? No, they weren't. So they wouldn't be accepting things that are nonsensical. That's really. You see how this fluid history, they're back to being cavemen. Somebody said, eat big and ball. And he said, oh, okay, me stupid, me believe this now.
I say it is more like the. Sorry, I was going to say, I'd say it is more like the likes of the Catholic Church and other institutions like that started telling people it was a ball that was orbiting a sun, or more than likely.
In the 17th century without any direct proof of it. At the time, people generally believed the Ptolemaic model, which has episodes.
According to Jaron, that's the Ptolemaic model. That's not a scientific model, Danny, by the way.
So in the 17th century, when, again, this is now where it's changing, not the 15s, but the 17s where it's now changing. Prior to that, they believe that Ptolemaic model, which is what? This is BC again, isn't it? We're back to before Jesus again now.
No.
So for now, by that claim, for 2,000 years nearly, the 2,000 years, because Ptolemy follows Alexander, doesn't he? So
no, he's
not.
No, relax. He's about 150 AD. Ptolemy was.
Okay, so stand correct. So only 1,600 years now that everybody's followed the flat Earth model. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's thrown that in to try and justify his statement, which kind of disproves his previous statements when you analyze it. It's just, it's not making. It is. It's gibberish, isn't it? It's like when you go to the Flat Earth Discord now, and what we've done, and we've looked at it. It's just people making shit up, and they've got no integrity. Just like what I did there. I didn't try and bang on that Ptolemy was this point. It doesn't really matter to my point, and I'm happy to be corrected because there's no ego. But these guys and the the flat Earth forums that are out there now, no good is being done when you are disingenuous and can't just move on from being wrong on a little bit. But this is the trouble. But this guy's just a pure bullshitter and will chat shit to your face. A bit like AI Overlord, actually. He does that, doesn't he? He'll just chat shit to your face.
Jesus.
Well, DJ from the Discord server, the other one, and Danny Faulkner, they would agree on why, why the boat is blocked in the distance. Do you know what I mean? And it wouldn't have, you know what I mean? They'd agree on a lot of stuff because they're pumping out the same rubbish.
Yeah, most likely.
Such.
It's going to be
some of the
refraction,
observations that Galileo made with his telescope disproved the Ptolemaic model. It couldn't.
So the observations he made with his telescope disproved a non-scientific model, eh? Okie dokie.
Not work. And so that drove most of them the heliocentric model. But the main argument...
What is that heliocentric model? You have a copy of that? Can we see that? I want to see that.
In the Smithsonian.
There's it. I've been to Smithsonian. I didn't see it in there.
No, I made that up. But, I'm in good company.
Simplicity. It was a much simpler model. Explained the
wasn't a scientific model. You don't know what one is.
Motions of the planets very simply, whereas
it didn't explain them either. You don't know what explanations are. You don't know the difference between an explanation and a just so story.
The geocentric models did not.
Wasn't a scientific model.
And the first direct evidence that the Earth is moving around the sun came in 1727. A guy named James Bradley, an Englishman, married.
Darn English.
It's going to be interesting, isn't it? So, in all of humanity, the first evidence is in 17. What's this evidence going to be? Because it's got to be evidence that the Earth is moving around the sun, yeah? Actual evidence, not another way of looking at the big yellow wobbly thing in the sky as it moves across your view and going, oh, actually, might be me that's spinning. Because if that's all that he's come up with, that's not really evidence. So I want to know what the evidence is. Because we've had a lot of cock waffle, but now he's about to cite evidence, isn't he?
Get ready. Strap yourself in.
In 1727, a guy named James Bradley, an Englishman, married, first measured what we call aberration of starlight.
Oh, he did? Uh-oh. Oh, we're in for it now.
So when I asked for evidence, I asked for evidence of the Earth moving around, or even just the Earth rotating. I don't really care. But what we've got is aberration of starlight. We're back to his discipline, aren't we? Observe and declare.
Yep.
Because this thing over there that's got nothing to do with the two things I was talking about and their relative positions, when I see that, it wobbles a bit. That means it's definitely this thing's going around this thing, because that wobbles. It's not science, is it?
No, it's far away from that. It's friggin' nonsense. What else? You better have something else.
Then 110 years later, several...
Oh, now we're jumping 110 years later. So stellar aberration.
Just pause. 110 years later. Just think about, we've got this profound moment that's been recorded and so people have acted on it for nothing. But 110 years later, this is the next thing he's going to pull out of his ass to prove his point. This is not some posthumous history of man's discovery, is it? It's a collection of bullshit to support a false narrative.
We call aberration of starlight.
Aberration of star. Didn't we just talk about that? Stellar aberration and aberration of starlight again? All right.
And then 110 years later, several people...
I'm sorry, I forgot I rewound. Here we go.
Observe what we call trigonometric parallax or stellar...
Oh, shit. This is trigonometric parallax. Do you have some begging the question fallacy problems with this, Sunshine? Can you guess what it is, Danny boy? He's going to tell you.
Parallax stars appearing to shift position from one side of the Earth's orbit to the other.
I thought you were trying to prove that the Earth was orbiting the sun to begin with. This is a textbook begging the question fallacy. Does everyone follow that?
Yes, it is, because I couldn't remember what stellar apparition. I thought I had it right, and I went and looked, and I did. Yeah, it's that. Yeah, you're begging the question that the Earth is moving. You know what I mean?
Yep.
For your claim to mean anything. Yeah, that's all it is.
He's assuming the very thing he's attempting to prove. This is a textbook begging the question fallacy, Danny.
Because of our motion around the sun.
You haven't proved that.
And in the 1880s, we've had periodic Doppler shifts as we...
Now we got periodic Doppler shifts. What's that mean?
Move toward and away from stars and orbit.
So redshift. Is that what he's on about?
I pray to the Lord that it is.
But as you go around like this, the spectral lines tend to
now I would say I debunked redshift. I had a presentation that debunked it. I didn't do it myself. It was done long before me. His name is called Halton Arp. Many papers on anomalous redshift, Danny. Have you heard about this, by the way? Yeah.
I mean, Doppler shift is like a Nino, isn't it? It's that chain, which is a sound-based thing. So it can't actually be relating to sound, this is what they do, you see. It's a stellar Doppler effect, which means nothing in the real world, because apparently to them it's a vacuum of space, so there is no sound. So I don't know what you're on about, you glue sniffer. You see, they're just using big words that mean things in the real world, agglomerating them together to paint their religious worldview. But it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, when you see the star like change its position after 6 months, that's because you've gone around the sun by 6 months. That's their logic. It can't be just that the star has changed its position in relation to where you are. That can't have happened in their minds.
Yeah, you're back with trigonometric parallax. He didn't spend too much time there because it was a stone cold begging the question fallacy. Now he's on the redshift. That shit was debunked so long ago. It's like phlogiston.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but like redshift and blue shift, right, is directly connected to that bullshit.
Yeah, I guess it's all connected. Yeah.
Shift towards the red, towards the blue, towards the red, towards the blue by just the amount and in the manner you would expect if we.
The manner you would expect. I don't think Halton Arp expected it. Along with Jeffrey Burbridge, he didn't expect that, and his wife at the Royal Observatory over in England land. They laughed at you clowns. Literally, they were laughing. I got a presentation on my channel with it on there. It's pretty extensive.
We should do that next week.
I should cough that one. I don't think we're going to get done with this one. Look where we're at.
Well, what would you expect, Keely? Because that's what he would expect. Or he said what you would expect. So what would you expect?
What would I expect?
Speaking for you?
I would expect reimbursement for going over this fucking lunacy.
Yeah, make it worth my while. Don't tell me it's been for nothing. Yeah.
I want to see that experiment connected to trigonometric parallax first before we get the redshift. I want to see the experiment with that too, and then I want to go over spectroscopy with your dumbass. I don't think you know what it is.
we were orbiting the sun, with a light travel time of about 8 minutes and 20 seconds.
Light travel?
Yeah. That's another part of their, because they're stellar aberration. I looked at it a second there earlier. They have to invoke the finite speed of light.
Yeah, you know who he hasn't met yet?
Albert Einstein.
Veritasium.
The speed of light is exactly 299,792,458 meters per second. But hear me out. In this video, I will prove to you that light may never actually travel at this speed. And I can say that because no one has actually measured it.
You want to know what this rate actually is?
A convention. It's known as the Einstein synchronization convention. Our inability to measure the one-way speed of light.
Fatality.
All your pseudoscientists have is the average two-way speed. But they make like and tell all their parishioners that they know the absolute value of C. They will never, ever validate the one-way speed of light. It's impossible to know. Forever illusory. Which not only reconfirms astronomy, astrophysics, and cosmology, belly laugher pseudosciences, which are based on logical fallacy, but deals a death blow.
Fatality.
To any knucklehead claims concerning they know the distance or time to anything using the speed of light. Bye-bye now, dumbass. Thank you very much. I'll be in the area all week.
And in the work I've been doing for...
Go ahead.
So I was going to say, this, what was funny is the distance to the sun, their claim distance to the sun, I think it was, came first. And then shortly after that, the supposed speed of light. And they tried to after that, to back up this nonsense. There was this guy called Fizeau, who had this little demonstration going on with a mirror and a candle and other things at a distance and blah, blah, blah. But if it's such a heap of junk, it's such a heap of junk that you could change around or improve upon what he did and completely change the claim to his speed.
Well, listen. Listen. His compadre, Jason Lyle from Answers in Genesis, has been all over this for years. What's going on with Danny? Don't you listen to Jason? What's up with you, dude? I don't know. I really don't. It's really bizarre.
For 40 years in eclipsing binary stars, I have to make what's called a heliocentric correction.
You make a heliocentric correction, right? Is this an experiment?
If when we're looking at the star from one side of the Earth's orbit, the eclipses occur.
From you.
You haven't demonstrated that you have different sides of the Earth's orbit, Danny. You got to do that first. The rest of this is nonsensical gibberish.
For about 8 minutes earlier,
it's a fallacy. It's a straw man. It's a false claim, because what he's describing here is celestial observation, and as throughout the almanacs, they'll describe that you can observe an eclipse here at this point at this time. You will see a partial eclipse here at this point at this time. Now, just because the almanac says that you'll have these partial differentials of your observation of the celestials, which it kind of implies it's local, I wouldn't say that demonstrates it's a flat Earth, but these saying, because if I go to the other side of the ball and there's a bit of parallax, it means it is a ball.
No. The other side of the orbit.
Yeah, but he's on about viewing it from a different position,
and
vice versa. Yeah.
Orbit, the other side of the sun. That's what he's on about. Remember the thing that he didn't prove in the beginning?
But he can't, right? So okay. So I've misunderstood. Well, that's even worse then.
Yes,
because it's not like actually presenting it as two time matching positions from different locations. It's a different location at a different time. Well, that's lovely for you then, isn't it? Well, what are you?
Yeah.
Do you understand? It doesn't prove anything at all. It certainly doesn't go back to proving we're going round a ball, because at a different time of year, when I think I'm in a different place spinning around this thing, when I look at other things, not the thing I'm on about, I'm going around to try and prove, they look a bit different. Well, that's not really a good base point, is it? Even if you can gather that data, it doesn't demonstrate the point. It's a just so story by, again, looking up when you're talking about the ground.
Yeah, it's a begging the question fallacy. It's down the line from a begging the question fallacy, meaning everything down that line is fallacious from that starting point. It's
because
quite simple. Because what? It's a begging the question fallacy?
Yeah, because what it is they're outside of the moon in their paradigm and some of the planet has, like all the movement outside of any movement of the moon or the planet has is being done by you. That's the way they have to. They have to. Like the sun is only appears to move because you're rotating the sun. The stars only appear in different positions a few months in difference. Because you're orbiting the sun, you know what I mean. There's no end of you doing all this stuff.
It's all academic anyway, because any claims about things out in a second law of thermodynamics violation are heretofore rendered null. It's all nonsense, all of it. We're putting up with it. I don't know why I'm doing that, but I'm doing it. But you can't make any claims outside in your fairy tale space. None, zero. Yeah, everyone understand that? Hopefully.
Well, yeah, I mean, because what he's invoking there, what he's describing there directly invokes the heliocentric sky vacuum.
Yes, every claim.
8 minutes late. Again, indicative that we're orbiting around the sun. So we've got a number of evidences that we...
Those aren't evidences, those are logical fallacies.
...are indeed orbiting the sun. And when flat earthers...
Another stereotype fallacy. What you got for us now?
...blithely state that there's no evidence we orbit the sun, that is...
Your evidence is, as we've just demonstrated, we were kind of articulate about it, are all based on logical fallacies. Shout out to Veritasium, too.
Just nonsense. It's not true at all.
Yeah, you're full of shit. It's all nonsense. Yes.
Complete fabrication, complete...
I couldn't have stated it better myself.
Lies, and they're relying upon other flat earthers that either were lying or didn't know what they were talking about.
Like you. You don't know what you're talking about. Or it's filled with logical fallacies and pseudoscience. One.
Okay. So, it's good to have an answer to that question, because
yeah, it's great to have that answer filled with logical fallacies.
Was that an answer?
Yeah.
I didn't hear that. Yeah. Well done, Gem Panda. Yeah, you cuckold. He's got to cling on to that. It's this. The stars look a bit different later on. That's what you've got. That's your proof, and that's the thing that's good to have an answer to. And the answer is the resolution of knowing that we go around the sun. Is it? No, that's what is that what I heard?
Yes.
Did I miss something?
You missed all the logical fallacies.
I spotted those. I was waiting for the proof of why we go around the sun.
Yeah, don't hold your breath.
Well,
yeah.
Well, what?
Danny did say that there is no direct proof. So he's implying there's indirect.
No. He said there was no direct proof until 1727. You weren't paying attention.
I did hear him say that there was no direct proof until 1727. I heard him bring up 1727. Maybe I just didn't hear that part.
That's when he had direct proof. Damn.
Well, not really, as we elaborated on. It wasn't until there was no direct proof until 1727 till he went out and gave some non-direct proof.
Exactly.
In fact, he just gave some observations that allowed some people to provide further conjecture, of which there wasn't a lot after that, which is interesting from 1727. That's all Danny's got as to why we know we're going around the sun. But anyway.
Yeah, that argument. And it is a difficult one, I think, well, it's certainly for the man in the street to answer, anyway, I think.
Yeah. I've had people ask me that at the Flat Earth Convention. One woman asked me that question, and I started running them off the list of stuff.
Running off the same list that you just gave us. There's some nonsense with your anecdote here, Danny.
And she just folded her.
She walked away at peace.
Woman asked me that question, and I started running them off the list of stuff, and she just folded her tent and moved on to the next point. That's kind of response I get when people ask me that. I give them the answer, and they move on.
You're on mute.
Still on mute.
It wasn't an answer, Danny. It was filled with logical fallacies and pseudoscience, as we demonstrated.
On to the next point. It doesn't phase them one way or the other. They're not about to change their mind, but they're not.
Pause.
Yeah, friggin' stereotype fallacies all over the place. Got
forget much.
They move on to it doesn't phase them at all. That's if you didn't present any evidence, Danny.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? If you present some evidence, that would have an effect.
Yes.
So,
discuss with it.
Right.
Discuss with me about it.
That's been my experience too.
Oh, I bet it has been, Gem Panda. When I stomp mud holes in your ass consecutively, like over and over and over and over again, and you just screamed.
Now, there's an argument that's popular among flat earthers, which defines science only as
oh yeah, baby. Let's get that full thing.
Among flat earthers, which defines science only as experiments performed to a specific set of steps.
Correct. It's called the scientific method, and you can't have natural science without experiment.
This argument also defines astronomy, geology, and paleontology as pseudoscience.
Pause.
Not just that.
Where do you think Gem Panda's got this statement from right now?
I have no idea. It's not just them. It's paleontology, anthropology, archaeology, geology, evolutionary biology, whatever that is. And yes, I'm still laughing. Theoretical physics, cosmology, astronomy, and astrophysics are all pseudosciences by definition. They can't formulate hypotheses. Simple.
Can we point out that that's not you being mean? That's just fact in terms of categorization of the subjects at hand, the disciplines. And it's not to ridicule the discipline, it's just to recognize where the discipline operates and whether or not the scientific method is applicable to that discipline or even achievable.
According to Gem Panda, he's screamed many a day that the scientific method doesn't exist. I could go reach out and grab that quite quickly. I'm not going to, though.
Geology and paleontology as pseudoscience. How do you respond to this argument, and how do you define science?
All right. This is one of the arguments, one of the things I did not deal with in my book. I guess I
don't know why you didn't. I dealt it to you in 2016.
really wasn't confronted with it until after.
You're a liar. You're lying.
He can't. Well, that'd be interesting to what he says, because the reason he shouldn't deal with it is because it would undermine his presentation of himself that he's a scientist, even though the discipline he holds a degree in isn't specifically scientific or could never apply the scientific method to anything he does.
Yep.
After I had sent my book off to the publisher, I do have an article coming out on our website, answersingenesis.org, and it will come out in the next couple of weeks, where I deal with this very thing. And I think the problem is that people are spoon-fed as children. Their education, they're spoon-fed a very simplistic definition of science, where you have
What is it? What's the simplistic definition of science? Let's see if we get it.
Independent variable and a
That's not the definition of science. That is the definition of a hypothesis. Also in an experiment. That's not the definition of natural science, Danny. You have the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. Can't even get that right.
dependent variable, and you go through the experiment, and it's that whole thing is geared, that whole definition of science.
That's not the definition of science, you dumbass cracker. That's the constituent parts of a hypothesis and 2/3 of the experiment. My God.
Is geared towards experimental science, like you might.
That's redundant. Experimental, you can't have science, natural science, without experiment.
Find in biology or something like that.
No, not defined in biology. It's defined in physics. Now, physics is the mother of all sciences. All the actual sciences below that, biochemistry, chemistry, biology, genetics, they all fall under, they're like branches off of physics. You understand that, physicist? You're not a physicist.
Yeah, but it's very, very simplistic, and it's at best maybe a 6th grade understanding.
You know why they keep saying this? Because in the beginning, I used to tell them that fell 5th grade intro to general science. So they figured that this scientific method thing is from elementary school. So that's why they all do this, dumbass crackers.
Of science. Science is much more involved than that.
Really? How much more involved?
Does involve experiment, but it
does involve experiment. It's the key. So you fucking idiot. They're sacrificing your science acumen on the 2nd grade retard altar again. Thanks a lot, by the way. You see this, Danny? California Institute of Technology physicist Sean Carroll arguing in the Edge that hypotheses aren't simply useful tools in some potentially outmoded vision of science. They're the whole fucking point, Danny. Yeah. Get down to experiment. So, from the University of Rochester physics labs, this is 5th grade. The most fundamental error from the University of Rochester, by the way. The most fundamental error is to mistake the hypothesis for an explanation of a phenomena without performing experimental tests. Sometimes common sense and logic tempt us into believing that no test is needed. There are numerous examples of this dating from the Greek philosophers to the present-day pseudoscientists. I added pseudoscientists at the end there, sorry. So Danny, from the University of Rochester Physics Labs, I guess this is elementary school to you. The scientific method distinguishes science from other forms of explanation because of its requirement. See that word? Of systematic experimentation. That is, if you don't have this, you don't have that. The final arbiter of truth in science is experiment. From Computational Chemistry, Introduction to the Theory and Application of Molecular and Quantum Mechanics. From the chair of physics at Yale, Professor Shankar. The only way things change in physics, Danny, is experiments. Everything, Danny, everything is based on experiment. See that? Everything. That's the only way we change our mind. From Richard Feynman, if it doesn't agree with experiment, it's wrong. And that simple statement is the key to science. You're getting fucking smoked. They're just smoking your ass. From Max Planck. Speaking of about physics, molecular quantum mechanics, experiment is the only means of knowledge at our disposal, Danny. Everything else is poetry and imagination. You get it yet, Danny? From Stanford.edu, physics and natural science in general is a reasonable enterprise based on valid experimental evidence, criticism, and rational discussion. It provides us with knowledge of the physical world, and it is experiment, Danny, that provides the evidence that grounds this knowledge. Say goodnight, baby. As I said, you'd fail intro to third grade general science. By the way, are these all elementary schools like 5th and 6th grade? Stanford, Max Planck, Richard Feynman, Professor Shankar, Chair of Physics at Yale. Say goodnight, baby.
Also involves observation.
Before you go on, this is where the guy's very disingenuous. So, as you ended there, look, this isn't primary school education. These are people at the top reminding people about how we come to real valid conclusions, how we prove things. And what, I don't know the fallacy. I would say the fallacy of invoking primary school education. Yeah. And that's what he's done. He's decried the basics. Now, before I go on to apply it to the scientific method, which is in itself is simple, if you applied that to just the primary colours, yeah, and how you mix them, as you got later on in life as an artist and you understand all the extra complexities, does that undermine or change the way in which that function works that you first taught at the most basic level? And this is so relation to the scientific method. When QE brought this topic back up to the mainstream, which is what these guys are reacting to, this is the reaction we got. Well, but I know that's what you were taught when you remember back, and these are the fundamentals. But actually, when you grow up, it doesn't mean that anymore. When you mix red and blue, when you're a grown up, it don't make purple. Yeah, anymore. Yeah, that's what they're kind of trying to say now. But this isn't. Then it was put on that it's QE's scientific method. I've not seen one citation from QE him describing the scientific method. I've only ever seen other people pointing it out. But this is the rebuttal, and this is the tell. Because instead of saying, no, you've got the scientific method wrong, they just do this nonsense. Oh, yeah, but that's like primary school. It's like, you're spastic. There's no real rebuttal, just an appeal to the school ground.
You're spastic.
But it's equivalent to saying that, like, we have big, complicated words now. You know, we don't need to use the alphabet anymore. No, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Red and blue doesn't make purple, Brian. It makes magenta.
Yeah, the alphabet, there's only 26 letters in the alphabet when you're in primary school. It changes when you become an adult.
Jeez.
We use inductive reasoning for the most part in science.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh boy.
No, stop laughing. Stop it. Stop it. Stop laughing.
This is 2 weeks in a row.
No, but you see, no, stop being mean, right? No, because it's not fair, because in his discipline, that's all he's got. When all you can do is look at shit, all you can do is then induce shit afterwards. And in his field, that's all he can do. But as we're pointing out, that's not science, Danny.
Let's hear him again, because you got apologetics from Adam. He's starting to feel sorry for you, Danny. Go ahead and say it to everyone again.
Much more involved than that. It does involve experiment, but it also involves observation. We use inductive reasoning for the most part in science.
What a train wreck.
Okie dokie. Okie dokie.
Yeah. What a train wreck of statement.
You better cover your eyes, Danny. If anyone knows Danny or is a peer of Danny or a family member, I'd turn away right frigging now, because I'm going to get medieval on his dumbass. You know what? I'm not going to do it. I'm going to let Karl Popper do it. How about that? From the King Cheese Philosopher of Science. Now remember what Danny said. They mostly use induction in science. From Karl Popper, 1963, Conjectures and Refutations, The Growth of Scientific Knowledge via Wiki. Popper's response to the problem of induction, I'm right here, is simply that induction, Danny, is actually never used in science. That's directly opposite of what you just said. He continues, he argued that science does not use induction, and induction is in fact a myth. Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs. We've got a problem here. You know what I'd like to see? I would like to see a hypothesis based on induction. That's what I want to see. Can somebody give me an inductive hypothesis, please?
If you can give me some statistics, I might be able to induce that.
Oh, my God, dude. Hey, thanks a lot, Danny. I appreciate that. What is your problem, Brian?
His full statement is, we don't just use experiments. That means that he agrees that the experiments are used. But we also use observation. So how do you have the experiments without the observation? And inductive reasoning. It's like, Danny, like that whole statement, like for anyone who understands, that whole statement shows how much of a pretender you are.
Yep, you're finished. You're finished right here.
On hearing that, Sir Francis Bacon must be turning in his grave. He'd have said to him, he'd have said, Danny, did you not attend the first meeting? Well, what was the point? We don't want to induce stuff. We want to prove it. Danny, why are you here? This is Science 101.
Oh, boy. That's too bad. We're sorry for your loss, Danny's peers. You're probably in the same boat he is any damn way.
It's a study of the natural world using the 5 senses, and we...
That's not natural science. That's not the definition of natural science. I need you to cite that. Natural science is the systematic study of the natural world via observation and experiment. That's and experiment. And. The big fucking
Can't I just do one of those things? Can't I? No. Can't I just observe it?
No.
No. Oh, that's mean.
Didn't you listen to Max Planck where he said, without experiment, it's just poetry and imagination. Isn't that beautiful? That was really cool of him to say that. I thought it was anyway. When I first came up on it, I said, no, that's what I'm talking about, Max.
induction and conclusions using inductive reasoning.
Do you want me to go back there, Danny? I'm not going to. You're toast.
Some of it based on experiment, some based on...
Oh, now some of it's based on experiment. Not according to Richard Feynman, Professor Schenker from the chair of physics at Yale. Not according to Max Planck. Not according to the University of Rochester physics labs, Danny. No, you're finished. You're a pseudoscientist.
It's on observation. So I hear flat earthers all the time dismissing...
Here we go again. Another stereotype fallacy. What are we dismissing now?
A lot of conclusions we can safely reach, such as the fate...
You can safely reach? Like what, for example?
So I hear flat earthers all the time dismissing a lot of conclusions we can safely reach, such as the phases of the moon.
Is the phases of the moon natural science?
The phrase "safely reach" is very telling, isn't it? Yeah. It's politicians. It's plausible deniability. It's a pseudo man of God trying not to lie to you, presenting it in a way that he thinks doesn't indict him. Yep. But it's so telling, the vernacular that he's using. You're supposed to know what you're on about, mate. Not be able to safely reach. What does that mean, actually? Safely reach means, I think the shit I've just made up is probably true. And I think, and fingers crossed, cross my legs. You know, it has no credence to it, no validity that certainly the scientific method affords. Now, the scientific method doesn't say, well, I can safely assume anything. You know what I mean? It proves. You're not proving anything. It's just, at best, a consensus. And I don't even think it's that. It's probably just your religious beliefs.
They're all just so stories. Every single last one. Go ahead, Brian.
His use of the word safely, it's like that is... it's like when someone says, I'm not lying now, or you can believe me, or whatever, I'm honest. Straight away you go, I don't believe you. You're not honest. You are lying. You know what I mean? It's like safely means that it isn't safe. It's completely opposite. It's not safe to come to those conclusions as if they're actually fact. You know what I mean? That's what he's really saying.
Well, we got moon phase science coming up now.
We can watch the moon over the course of month after month after month, and it's very clear then, using inductive reasoning, what's going on.
You want me?
You keep train wrecking yourself each instance that you say induction. Every single time, each instance is a sacrifice on the second grade retard altar of your science acumen.
No, but if I look at the moon month after month after month, I can induce that it definitely means that there's a heliocentric model where I'm going around the sun, the moon's going around me, and it's also not just going around me keeping the straight face, but it's wobbling a little bit, so it appears higher and lower with respect to a flat Earth determination throughout that month and subsequent months. It's easily to infer that you can then say, well, that proves it's a ball spinning around a hot, fiery ball of gas. I can induce that all day long.
I could also watch the sun appear to rise and have a rooster crow every single time, month after month after month after month. And then at the end, I can make the conclusion that roosters caused the sun to apparently rise, Danny.
Yeah. And you would induce that the level of inducement, it's exactly the same. Doesn't prove shit. But what you induced was just as valid in the real world because you induced it from an observation. You didn't prove anything. You just observed something and then made up a story around it. In your case, that the reason the sun rose was because that cockerel kept crocketing every time he cockereled. the sun came up. And so I induced the cause of sun, cockerel crowing. Clearly.
The movie Monty Python and the Holy Grail really done a number on that when they were talking about the weight of a duck and the weight of a piece of wood is equal to the weight of a witch. All this rubbish. It's like, and it's classic inductive idiocy, isn't it?
Yeah. I remember that faintly. I haven't seen that movie in a long time. Maybe have to get back to that. I'll always remember it now, Brian. I'll immediately think of Danny Faulkner.
Hang on, the moon is a sphere. It's a ball.
It's a ball. The moon's a sphere. The moon's a sphere. It's a ball. It's a rolling ball. It's a sphere. It's a globe-tard.
Globe, and the sun.
It's a globe.
Is illuminating it from one side. So.
Nuh-uh. You got a big problem right there. Because if the moon is uniformly reflecting the sun's light, the moon must be flat or concave. That's 60-level optics. Because all you're going to have is a whole shit ton of diffuse and diverging rays off the moon's surface. You're finished right there. Well, you were finished a long time ago.
Half of it is fully illuminated, one half is dark, and as the moon orbits around the Earth every month, the amount of that lit half changes. That's why we go from new to crescent to first quarter to waxing gibbous to...
The waxing gibbous. That sounds like a science-y term right there. Boy, it must be true then. Yes, and Pocahontas was a MI6 mermaid and the mastermind behind the sinking of the Lusitania, Danny.
Full, and then through the waning phases back to new again. It's a very robust explanation.
You don't know what an explanation is. You would literally fail out of second grade intro to well, duh. Danny doesn't know what an explanation is. Adam, does that impress you? He has no idea what it is.
I don't want to sound like Shania Twain, but that don't impress me much, no.
Which doesn't impress you much? Him not knowing what an explanation is, or his moon phase or shit?
The former. The moon phase stuff is him badly describing and falling in line with the heliocentric rhetoric. So that doesn't impress me because it wasn't a good job. He kind of bobbled his way through waxing, waning, gibbous, not really illuminating what was relevant to each, even though the big words made it sound like he knew what he was on about. But he didn't have to use those things. He could have just said quarter moon, three-quarter moon, and explained the situation. But he didn't do that. He didn't illuminate his audience, just pretended he knew what he was on about.
Yeah.
So I'd go with the former.
Ah, you caught hold of that. I know Brian did too.
Is an experimental science? No.
If it's not an experimental science, Danny, then it's not science. Didn't we just go over this? Listen to him. Listen to this dumbass.
Back to new again. It's a very robust explanation. Is an experimental science? No.
Then it's not science. Because without experiment, Max Planck said, all you have is poetry and imagination. Want to go back to that? Let's read that again. Let's do that again, Danny. I like that. It's one of my favorite ones. I'm cuddling up close to it. You see this, Danny, right here? Max Planck. Molecular and quantum mechanics. Experiment is the only means of knowledge at our disposal. Everything else, Danny, everything else is poetry and imagination. That's what Max Planck said. You're finished. That's all you got. Mainly this last one. Just so stories. And you don't know what natural science is or the scientific method. Each instance, baby.
It's an observational science, but
observational science is a composition fallacy. And it's painfully redundant. Composition fallacy.
Yeah, well.
Yep. It's simple as that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because, as you said before, all science requires observation.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean?
Is hypothesis observation science, Danny? Do I observe when I walk out in nature? Do I observe hypotheses floating around? That's why it's a composition fallacy, Danny. My word, son.
You can make inferences from.
You can make inferences. What type of inferences, Danny?
The observations that you make.
So you can look at shit and then make shit up, and then call it science because you got a PhD, right? You're leading people astray by your credentials. Mainly Christians, by the way. Danny, I told you that, didn't I? That's exactly what you're doing. And rubbing shoulders with curs. Darknesses. You're busted.
And so I can't emphasize this enough. People who make this criticism are just simply going through life with a very elementary view of what science is.
Hey, Richard Feynman and Max Planck and Professor Shankar. Do you hear what Danny told you? Listen to it again.
Going through life with a very elementary view of what science is.
You're muted.
Richard Feynman, Professor Shankar, thanks a lot, Adam. No one else would say anything. They're friggin' sleeping. Max Planck, that's what he's telling. That's what he's telling Max Planck. They're going through life with this very elementary view of science. I love it, Danny. Can you give us some more?
And again, you can thank their education for not.
You could thank your education, Max Planck. Tell you that much. You too, Feynman.
Not giving them a good education. They've been.
Yeah, you could thank their education for not giving them, giving you guys a good education.
And maleducated.
You're maleducated, Max and Richard Feynman and Professor Shankar. You're maleducated, according to Danny.
On the way, and it's unfortunate that's the case.
It's unfortunate for you guys.
Well, hold on a second.
That's it for Danny. Look at him.
Toasted. Would he not? Like, think about the amount of people he's indicting there. Like, there's so many names you could throw out there that are like well known in today's world of actual science and in the past. You know, like, would he be indicting Werner Heisenberg, for example?
Yes. Anton Zellinger, there's a shit ton. I just picked out a few just to drive home the point.
So that, just before you press play, what he's doing is he's indicting all of the people that are curious in this topic and reassuring them that if for whatever reason you've heard someone and it made sense, it's because the person you listen to is uneducated, even though the salient point that triggered you to investigate the topic was salient to you. It's because they're uneducated. Now, that's lovely, and that only goes so far. If I went out on a little mission, even got a YouTube campaign going, bit of Twitter, with 2 + 3 = 7, I might get a bit of traction for a week, but eventually it would fade off. This is not the point, Danny, and more importantly, in terms of what QE's presented. This isn't this basic primary misunderstanding of the situation. It is the fundamental premise of the methodology. And for you to try and wave it away and to pretend to people that the reason that it appears to be absolute bollocks, this ball, is because they're uneducated and they don't understand the methodology when they become a grown-up, because it's different, without you ever illuminating the differences of it. This is, to me, very, very demonstrative of what they've got to put on the table. Nothing other than conjecture. You've outlined what science is, right? In response, where is his citation and rebuttal to that? Say, well, no, actually, this eminent person that's nothing to do with QE points out that at no point in the methodology of science is experiment required. You should just look at shit and then induce your own opinion from it. That's seems to be where his claim is at, and I hope the juxtaposition of what QE's shown and Danny's own words, it's clear to me that's his position and what he's trying to get you to believe. Fundamentally, if you look at shit enough and focus and squint really hard enough, it could mean anything. And as long as it means something to you, then it's science. And it's a sad indictment, Danny. You're mugging people off.
Yep, he's finished. Anyone that listens to this, it's over for Danny. Go ahead.
Well, what he's trying to imply is that if you don't accept that the whole body of science, whatever that is, proves the Earth's a globe, then you're uneducated.
Yep.
Let's get down to the brass tacks. Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah. Don't press play again. End this because we're not going to get through it.
No, right? We're not.
End it here because I think we raise a salient point from what we've heard, and to me, really, and I don't want to repeat again, but it raises what he's trying to mug all of his audiences off. Flat, ball, Christian, whatever the audience is, he's being disingenuous with people. He's misrepresenting stuff. I don't mind the history stuff so much because it's his belief of when it came out, when it didn't come out, it came out there, whatever. But what he's doing is invalidating science, something that does actually prove stuff. And why would he do it to prop up his ball? It's the only reason. It's the only reason that he will attack his own scripture and say, no, see that word that means something? Yeah, it doesn't really mean that. It means round. That, yeah. Being out flat, that means curved around a ball. Yeah. Rakia my arse, you absolute deceiver. And I would probably leave it there before we analyze any more, and then maybe open it up.
No. That's good. Flatsy.
Yes.
Take us home, girl.
Thank you guys for joining us tonight and today. Have a good one and God bless.
Dropping proofs like holy wine. He'll charm you with that science talk, make you think the stars align. He'll call you darling, sweetheart, angel till you're hanging on his cue. Then he snaps, shut the fuck up, like your thoughts ain't worth a view. Oh, it's QE's love bomb gospel, wrapped in brilliance and control. He'll lift you up with flattery, then swallow your whole soul. He knows his stuff, he's a razor sharp, but his kindness comes on cue. It's shut the fuck up and listen when the spotlight's on his truth. He's the king of flat earth logic, got the evidence to burn. He'll teach you how the world ain't curved if you praise him in return. Women flock to hear his wisdom, he calls it truth, not charm. But every compliment's a hook and every smile's a disarm. He says he's just passionate, but it's power in disguise. He'll crown you as his chosen one, then drop you in your eyes. He's the master of attention, the ruler of the chat. If you dare to interrupt him, he'll end you just like that. Yeah, QE's love bomb gospel, where devotion turns to flame. He'll show you how the world is flat, then bend it to his name. He's brilliant, bold, and brutal, a storm you can't undo. It's shut the fuck up and listen when the gospel's coming through. So if you fall for his conviction, remember what he'll do. He'll love bomb you with genius, then tell you